Right. Morning, Director. This is Tim. It's good to see you. And we'll be getting started in about 30 minutes or so. And welcome in, everyone. It's good seeing you as well. We'll be, like I said, getting started at about 11:30, and we'll come back then.
few minutes, just as a little hello reminder.
Tim? I'm not doing any of the public.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are so pleased to welcome you to the 2023 Access and Functional Needs Conference. This year's conference focuses on our I, or independence resources, which is from the CMIST resource framework, our favorite memory tool that you'll be hearing about a little bit more just a little bit later. I wanted to take an opportunity to introduce myself and my fellow MC. I'm Amy Voth-Siebert. I use she, her pronouns, and I work with the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment as our Disaster Behavioral Health and Inclusion Program Manager. What that means is that I have a great joy of working with Sadie and her Access and Functional Needs team here in Colorado as we focus on human functioning and the needs that arise during disasters and outside of disasters that can make us more inclusive in our systems and practice better engagement of our communities as we plan together.
Hey, good morning, everybody. I'm Mike Houston. I'm the Regional Disability Integration Specialist for FEMA Region 8, otherwise known as RDIS, artists. I'm formerly known as Mike Houston, but he said I'm an MC. That's not correct. It's M8, Mike Houston. I don't know where the MC came from, but we're looking forward to hanging out with you this week. So thank you for being here.
So as we get started, we have a few opening statements that we'd like to share with you. Across the board, practicing inclusion is worth the time it may take, even if it delays other objectives. So our first statement we'd like to offer to the conference, both for folks here in the room as well as those who are joining us virtually, is a language justice statement from our interpreters who are participating and helping us make this whole conference as inclusive as possible.
Good afternoon or good morning, everybody. My name is Andrea. I'm here with the Community Language Cooperative. I'm here with my colleague, Valentina.
And if I say the occasional wrong thing or two, it's because I'm legally deaf and I use sign language sometimes, and the interpreter is backwards, so they're not very accessible here. I'm just kidding.
May we ask our interpreters to start their statement over one more time so we can hear you in the room?
Yes. Hi, everybody. My name is Andrea. I'm here with my colleague, Valentina. We're here with the Community Language Cooperative. We're going to be providing simultaneous interpretation in English and in Spanish. So that
interpreters, if we can ask you to start one last time, third time's the charm, we hope.
okay.
We've got the volume in the room.
All right. Can you hear me now?
We can.
All right. Then hi, everybody. My name is Andrea. I'm here with my colleague, Valentina. We're here with the Community Language Cooperative. We're going to be providing simultaneous interpretation in English and in Spanish so that we can practice language justice in a space where everybody can communicate in the way that they feel more comfortable in. We are going to turn on the interpretation after I'm done saying this message in Spanish. And for those of us who are in Zoom, we're going to see a globe that is going to pop up at the bottom of your screen. Or if you're on your phone or tablet, you're going to see 3 little dots over it says more. And there you're going to be able to click it and select your language. If you're fully bilingual in English and in Spanish, you don't have to select one. And that goes as well for the Zoom account that is being used at the site. So you will also need to click and select English as your main language. I will ask for everybody to remember that Spanish is 25% longer than English. So everything that you say in English, we have to repeat in Spanish, and it takes us longer to get there. So we will ask that you stretch your words, that you speak at a conversational pace, and that you speak very close to your microphone. If at some point you are speaking too fast and we need you to slow down, we're going to turn on our camera and we're going to make this sign. And this means stretch your words. We're also going to put it in the chat for the Zoom host to realize that maybe they need to help us out by asking you all to slow down. We understand that all of these topics are very interesting and we get excited when we talk about them and then we speak super fast. So we're going to have to remind you to stretch your words. After I'm done saying these very quickly in Spanish, then we're going to begin the interpretation. Hola a todos, mi nombre es Andrea, estoy aquí con mi colega Valentina, estamos aquí con la Cooperativa Comunitaria del Lenguaje y vamos a estar brindando interpretación simultánea en inglés y en español para que podamos practicar la justicia del lenguaje. Una vez que prendamos la interpretación, vas a ver un mapa mundo en la parte inferior de tu pantalla, o si estás en tu teléfono o tableta, vas a ver 3 punticos donde dice More o Más, y ahí vas a poder seleccionar tu idioma. Si eres totalmente bilingüe en inglés y en español, no tienes que seleccionar ninguno, pero si no, por favor, te pedimos que lo hagas para que puedas participar completamente de esta conferencia. Si en algún momento tienes alguna pregunta sobre la interpretación, puedes hacerla en el chat. Te pedimos que cuando estés participando hables muy cerca de tu micrófono y que hables a un paso conversacional para que podamos interpretarlo todo correctamente. And we can begin interpretation now.
Thank you so much. We really consider this to be a learning conference where not only is it what our presenters bring to us, but it is what we practice in our interactions in the room that can help us learn best what we want to incorporate during disasters, during trainings together, and just as part of our whole community work. Another invitation during this conference is to please exist in this space in ways that are most comfortable to you. You can stand up, sit down, lay down, stretch, walk around, leave the room, stim, use your electronics as needed. Feel free, for those of you who are joining us online, to have your camera, your video on or off, and to speak as much or as little as you like. Everyone exists in spaces in different ways, and how someone can best engage and listen might look different than how you do. So please know that let us know if we need to slow down or repeat any information during the conference, that will support everyone's participation.
And as a writer, I stay in shape by constantly running out of good ideas. So
If you couldn't, no, Mike's gonna be adding wonderful dad joke energy to our conference throughout the time. So I hope y'all are enjoying that too.
I only have 2 more years. My teenager is 16. After that, I don't know what I'm going to do.
Hey, I think you still get to use dad jokes after people leave the house. So on your tables, or in the chat, if you're participating virtually, we have a list of our inclusive meeting practices. There is a QR code if you would like to use an assistive device in order to access this document. But it highlights some of the things we hope you will learn to practice in this conference and use in other spaces as well. Please say your name, organization. Yes. If you want to turn off your mic, yeah, it was just wrestling against the paper.
I can't do that. I can totally do that.
For those in the room, I'm not sure if Zoom could hear me at this point, but we're fixing captioning and ASL in Zoom. And so we had to, if you want to see what they're seeing in the room or online, we do, these two screens are kind of showing it. Our ASL interpreter was too small in the picture-in-picture, so we fixed it. And now we're waiting for captioning, so.
Oh, as you like, I've enjoyed all of the like additions that you've made so far. So, yeah, please feel free to stay here.
All right, this is the cue to go ahead and are we all ready? We have ASL, we have captioning. I don't see captioning yet. All right, and we'll pull captioning up underneath the welcome sign, please. Who's sliding up the captioning? It's on the low. I need it slide up. Test. Captioner, will you test, please? Thank you. All righty. I think we're ready to roll. Tell me if we're ready to resume. This is what we're seeing over there. Just so you know, that's what we're seeing. Looks right. It looks right.
So it's going out to. Right. So we need to go out to the.
All right, we might need Mike Houston's dad jokes.
I mean, he was gonna do a dance with me, Fred Rogers Ginger style. We'll just do a full concert up here.
This is one of those opportunities for us all to get a little scratchy and understand that practicing inclusion is worth the time it takes, even if it delays other objectives. We appreciate your grace on as we're trying to get this worked out.
Are there any nurses in the house? Anybody here in medical field, nurses?
Here's one
Anybody?
back here.
Okay, I got a quick question. Why do nurses like red crayons? In case
Why?
they gotta draw blood? I came to this conference last year and I went for a walk. The fence was easy to get over, but this year they raised the fence. It took me a while to get over it. Why didn't they let me know that? I don't know. What else do I got? I'll tell you a little bit about myself, although I could do that on my keynote, but I grew up with deaf parents. Had a head injury when I was 4, so I'm completely deaf. I have 75% loss in my right ear. Silence, ignorance, what is it? Ignorance is bliss, I think is the phrase. I sign, I have 4 daughters, a granddaughter, so I think God was good to me giving me hearing loss, so that worked out really well. But, you know, growing up with deaf parents, I think it really gave me a good idea to understand the communication barriers. And I think that's in here. I mean, think about what we're going to be talking about today. What are the barriers, whether it's communication, whether it's understanding, whether it's content, whether it's lived experiences. So I'll talk more about it during my keynote, where we'll talk about the what now, what, so what, and what the role is, but just kind of give you a little bit of a background about me if you didn't know about that. So, and then I like to tell a joke or two now and then. So back to you. One last one. Are there any tap dancers in here? I'm a tap dancer. Does anybody tap dance? I was really good at tap dancing until I fell into the sink.
Oh, all right. I think we are all the way ready. Only one thing is the captioning needs to go up underneath the welcome sign, please. And then I believe we are now ready to resume. So now we hit unpause and record.
Thank you, everyone. Again, learning opportunities. I hope it gave you a chance to maybe connect a little bit more here in the room or even on Zoom. But this is why we do what we do, to bring everybody as a part of the conversation and make sure it can be, we can be all together in this. So again, our inclusive meeting practices are going to be shared both virtually and they are available on the table here in the room. Look for that QR code if you would like to access it with any assistive devices. But we emphasize, please, when there's an opportunity, say your name, organization, and pronouns when you begin to speak as a way to help us build relationships. Respect the pronouns and names that individuals use for themselves. Let's make no assumptions about what people know as we start our learning journeys from different places. We want to focus on solutions to problems. We know that there are barriers, and sometimes the first steps don't get us all the way there, but the more that we think about how our collective ideas can move us closer, the more likely we are using the contributions of our whole community in our planning. Focus on building together so that everyone is included, as we've been trying to do here at this conference, and understand that we will continue to learn, but also ask ourselves, who isn't at the table that we can invite and surmount barriers for. Speak slowly, one at a time, with that moderate pace, with good clarity and volume, as we use a lot of the support and functional services that allow everybody to participate. This includes a microphone. For meetings with a hearing loop, which we have here in this space, remember that sound is transmitted directly through the microphone. So it's not just whether can you yell loudly. There's much more interaction with both technology and things beyond volume that the microphone helps with. Announce what accessible resources are available for participants. You've noticed we have captions, hearing loop systems. We have interpreters both in the room and as well as participating in our virtual space. And we will do our best to pause along the way to allow interpreters to catch up. Watch out for acronyms. It's alphabet soup when we bring lots of different organizations, especially government organizations, into the same place. So if you catch yourself, please consider sort of spelling out what an initialism or an acronym means. Scheduling live captions is a big thing. And then if you happen to encounter a service animal in the space with you, remember that they are working dogs or miniature ponies, not pets. So please do not pet, play with, or feed service animals, and do not ask personal questions of the handler's disability or intrude on their privacy. Everybody's voice in this space is very, very valued. So an invitation to practice is what we call the 1, 2, 3, where if you're somebody who's ready to speak up and talk a lot, consider counting 1, 2, 3 to give others a chance to speak. And if you're somebody who is not speaking quite as much, your voice is valuable and you might consider thinking about 1, 2, 3 as that preparation to share what might be on your mind. Again, we appreciate the contributions of everybody in this space. If there's a point at which you require additional assistance or accommodations, please keep an eye out for folks who are on the support team for this conference. Sadie, are they still wearing orange vests for this, or is there another way to identify them?
Yes, they will have orange vests on, and it will be Lonnie Kohler and Ethan Williams will be another one, and they'll have an orange vest on in just a minute. And if you need help seeing them, if you're not able to see orange, what you'll do is they just have a wonky vest, like when you're usually in a state emergency or
Traffic
an
vest,
emergency
yeah.
operations center. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. And in the event of an emergency, please let the front desk know if you are able. Inform one of our volunteers who are in that orange vest so we can help keep the area clear. And if it is safe to do so, call 911. This will help us guide emergency responders through the venue if that's something that we can do, or just start everybody moving, evacuating, doing what they need to be safe in other situations. If any of you are social media users, we hope that you will consider using the hashtags that are included, posted around different spaces. But our hashtags for this conference are #PlanWith, #GettingItRight, #COAFN, CONF, conference 2023, and #Inclusion Matters. Now, without further ado, knowing we're catching up a little bit, it's my pleasure to welcome the Director of the Office of Emergency Management, Mike Willis, to give us a welcome and some opening remarks for this conference. He couldn't join us in person, but we have a video that you will see now from him.
Good afternoon and welcome to the 2023 Access and Functional Needs Conference. I'm excited to see how many of you are participating this year. I know we have 24 states represented either in person or virtually, and it's great to see this kind of engagement and commitment to ensure that we serve all community members during response to and recovery from disasters. Carrying over from last year, our 2023 theme is Getting It Right, a plan with access and functional needs approach. Building off last year's CMIS focused area of maintaining health and medical resources, this year we'll hone in on independence. I hope you find the keynote speakers, workshops, and interactive activities engaging and informative, and I encourage you to participate and share your experiences and knowledge with each other as we all strive to engage the whole community in a plan with approach. When you leave tomorrow, I hope each of you have some good and promising practices to take back to your communities. I also hope those of you who are in Estes Park, take the opportunity to get outside and enjoy some beautiful spring weather in the mountains. Thanks again for your hard work and commitment to this critically important charge we have to save more lives through a whole community approach. Good luck and have fun.
Thank you, Director Willis, wherever he's at. No, he actually couldn't be here because there's another FEMA Region 8 meeting that took him away from here today. But we're so happy that he was able to join us virtually and giving us our welcoming remarks. I am so excited that this is our third Access and Functional Needs Conference, where we call it Getting It Right. Thank you to some of our national advocates and partners who the Partnership for Inclusive Disaster Strategies that we mentored with several years ago to help us better understand what that looks like. When we say we're getting it right, we keep trying to get it right, right? So that's why we call it the Getting It Right. We're going to mess up, as you all experienced today. And we do walk the same walk we talk. And you saw that this morning as we try to ensure that everyone has equal access as we go through emergencies before, during, and after them. I would like to ask how many virtually, if you'll do your reaction, but your reaction hands. Oh goodness, all of a sudden I forgot the words of them, but you know me, if you've been in any of my trainings, I forget words all the time, and it is who I am. But if you use the reactions or your hands up, but and then in the room, if you'll raise your hands, if you're representing Colorado today. And if you'll look around, awesome, thank you. All right, I would like to also ask, how many of you virtually and in person are representing a different state you came in to learn from us? Look around. This is the first conference we opened it up to bring our outside partners so we could better learn from each other as well as learn with each other. And so I thank you all for coming and joining us with this conference. I would like to also thank our sponsors, Relay Colorado, Gable House Granberg LLC, Reachwell, and Hummingly for helping us bring this exciting event to you, as well as our partners with Julia Beams at, I always get this one wrong, CU, Colorado University, Denver. It's always been backwards in my head, and so I always make it wrong, so I always have to get validation. But Julia Beams is here. She does have a lot of independence resources in the back. If you're facing me, it's going to be in the back left corner, and she has all these independence. Is it in my left and right? I am always wrong on those two. I didn't learn that one till later. But she does have some low tech, low cost independence resource solutions if you're looking for the some of those how-tos with that. I'd like to thank all of our exhibitors for coming in and sharing their information with us. So please stop by and see them during our breaks for more information. They are actually, if you're facing me, they are going to be to the out the right doors, like where we were getting our food from. We are practicing inclusive language. So the reason why we're describing a lot of our left and right is so that we could help people who may be experiencing low or who may have low vision or are blind. I'd like to also, I want to open and thank all of you, each of you, for being present here with us this week and in person or virtually. It's a lot. We're asking you to spend some time. Your time is valuable and we appreciate you. And so thank you for being part of that. I would like to see if we do have some Homeland Security Advisory Council Access and Functional Needs Subcommittee members. If you don't mind, will you please stand up and be recognized? I have two here. My MCs are them. We have several in the back over here. Several in the back to my left. And then virtually, I believe we have some virtually as well. I want to say thank you because this whole program is guided through their wisdom of a bunch of subject matter experts, people with lived experience, and the ability to help us learn what we don't know because we don't know, and then start doing something about it. I would like to also recognize my conference planning team. So if any of you helped with the planning, we do have several virtually because they are out of state as well online. If you'll raise your hand so that people can recognize you virtually, and then those in the committee in here, if you'll please stand up and please give them a round of applause. Couldn't have done this conference without them. All right. I also want to recognize I drive them hard and they do great. And I just want to say a sincere thank you to my team. So if I could have Tim, Gabby, and Mackenzie, just please come to the middle of the room so we could give them a huge round of applause. Tim might be able to get in there. I would tell you, didn't realize how much you do until you need a strong team to help guide you. So want to make sure that they're recognized. I would like to also recognize all the other states taking the time to come join us and being here with us today. And most of all, I would like to give a big shout out and thank you to Mike Houston and to Amy Bosiebert. They've been my mentors and my guidance, and they've been champions of helping me get to today's event. And so will you please give them a strong round of applause? Thank you. All right. So it's really weird because I had some other people doing opening remarks and now I'm going to open some more remarks. So those were all the thank yous. All right. Sorry, I have to get my nerves in check here. So as I help us all better understand what we don't know, because we don't know, we're all a bunch of good people trying to do good things. A lot of times it's just, we just don't know what we don't know, such as, I don't know how many of you are experienced the portable loop system for the first time. Please raise your hand. Those in person. And if this is not the first time you've experienced the portable loop system, dang, we are doing a good job. So with that, I also want to talk about why it's so important for us to continue working together and building connections with each other. It is through these connections that we continue to build our understanding of the communities we live in and how we best can serve them. Although we're state support resource, people resource, our access and functional needs team, you know your communities better. And yes, we could come in and help you better, help you get engagement of those who are normally not coming to the table. You still know your community better, and so do they. So we'll learn from you as you continue, as we help you, you'll be helping us be able to help others in their communities do the same thing. We have a packed couple of days with you with interactive workshops and opportunities to connect with experts across emergency management and other supporting agencies and organizations, where we will learn more of the planning for disruptions to the I resource, independence. Independence, we're doing some workshops right now, and we ask, hey, which one's the hardest letter of CMIST to plan with and plan for? And a lot of times it's I, because I is interesting, right? Well, it means independence, but it also could stand for interesting as well. These resources are here to better prepare communities for any disaster. After today's sessions, there will be networking social right outside in the area here to my left, and if you're facing me, to your right. There will be hors d'oeuvres, and then also those little red tickets. And if you're not able to see red, it is there's the tickets in there. They will be available for you to get some refreshment or some cocktails or soda, whichever one you choose to use or you choose to drink. As we move forward for the next 2 days, we're going to reference a start. Next slide, please. We're going to reference a start, stop, continue, and change. These were also in your welcome packet. We do this because we don't want you to just come to a conference. We want you to do something about what you learned from this conference. So a lot of times when we do this, you're looking at, we always talk about make a plan, work a plan, protect the plan. And it always starts with the start, stop, continue, or change. And as you write these things down, you can identify as you walk away what at least 2 things you're going to do about it. So when you're using these sticky notes, also virtually you're getting those uploaded into the chat, so you could capture them there. Use these tools for making your plan, working your plan, and protecting the plan. And then also from this conference, as you're here in person or virtually, please think of 3 things that you learned from this experience, 2 actions of the way you're going to apply what you learned, and 1 way you'll share what you're learning. I think you're all here today because of the force multiplication of somebody sharing what they learned. And I believe that's why you're here today and taking this opportunity. As you work on these plans, you'll be able to measure the impact into your communities. One of the things we always ask is, hey, how are you measuring impact? We're doing those through some workshops, and we're capturing that information. You could start doing that on your own as well when you're working towards your whole community inclusion. All right. And then once again, thank you all for coming and supporting your communities by seeking to understand some best practices for whole community inclusion by working together with local, county, and state partners, as well as our federal partners. To ensure safety of we here in Colorado, it's to ensure all of our Coloradoans everywhere are protected. We could save more lives and property quicker when we look at it in a whole community inclusion approach. Now, without further ado, we're going to get started with presentations from. Oh, I guess maybe I'm introducing my own self again. Sorry, team. You ready to come up? This is what happens when there's other things that glitches my brain, and so now I'm trying to catch up with going backwards and forwards. All right, we're actually going to play a little game today. And this is very interactive, so please come up, and you will use these mics up here, so you might have to pull this one. Yes. Okay, perfect. All right. Okay, now with that, we're gonna go ahead and yeah, we're good, right?
Yeah.
I'm still on time. All right, perfect. All right. So we're going to have to ask everybody to interact in this online. We're going to ask you to use your reaction buttons. All right, go for it.
All right. So we're going to play a little Have You Ever game. And some of you might have played this game before, but even if you have, we have a few new questions to ask. And so as we ask these questions, we're going to ask you to answer in a way, if you can, and then we'll go from there. So I'm going to go ahead and start by asking, have you ever been unable to hear a message due to too much noise? So for example, in an airport, maybe at a conference, or maybe a microphone wasn't being used, please raise your hands if you're able. All right, thank you. And have you ever traveled to a place where you didn't understand the language? Clap your hands.
Okay, and have you ever been unable to eat a meal that was provided, whether that's because of cultural restrictions, other dietary restrictions, or allergies? We'll go ahead and raise both hands this time. Awesome. And then, have you ever had difficulty paying for something because an ATM wasn't working, or maybe you couldn't understand the language of it, or the power for the ATM was out? Let's go ahead and just raise a hand if you're able. Awesome.
All right, questions are not done. We have a few more for you. Have you ever not known where the supply store and power equipment is in the geographic areas of the cities you were visiting? Give us a thumbs down. All right. Have you ever lost, misplaced, or broken your glasses, corrective lenses, or contacts? Give us a thumbs up. I can relate to this one strongly. Have you ever experienced your phone dying and been unable to call for assistance? We'll do a hand over the head.
Okay, now I know this one's gonna get quite a few of you. Have you ever had a flat tire and been unable to change it with the spare that you have? Or have you even not had a spare when you got that flat tire? We'll go ahead and do a nice wave. All right. And have you ever had to depend on another person or another organization for a ride, whether that's rental vehicles, public transportation, Lyft, or Uber? We'll go ahead and, if you would like to, stand or raise your hand. All right.
All right. Now, was there anybody who did not say yes to any of those questions that we just asked? Anybody online? Mackenzie? Thumbs down? All right. Well, what I would then ask is if you didn't say yes to any of those, I would ask for you to go ahead and put yourself on a registry, because then we know you don't need access to any of those resources in order to function. And I am saying that with great humor. What we really wanted you to take away from that exercise is that at one time or another, you needed access to a resource in order to function, and it wasn't available. So that tells you that 100% whole community here today had at one time needing access to a resource. And I'm not sure if all of you identify as a person with an access and functional needs. And this is the reason why we bring this up, is because June was able to talk to us yesterday about the magical thinking of registries. They really set us up to fail, and they leave so many people behind when we don't include every single resource needed. When we asked these questions also, what we were identifying were communication resources, maintaining health resources, a whole lot of independence resources, some support services, and some safety resources and transportation resources. That is your CMIST, C-M-I-S-T. And so when we're thinking about all the resources that we're coming together with, we want to think of it in what are the resources people need access to in order to function before, during, and after an emergency. And then let's start having conversations so we could better identify our community's resource needs and our community's resource gaps. Did I miss anything, Tim or Gabby? Would you add anything else that I normally miss? Okay, awesome. With that, I'm going to actually hand this back over to our MCs and go from there.
Sadie team, thank you so very much for that refresher. It's always good to remind ourselves of kind of this shared language and the memory tool that the CMIST resource framework really helps us use. We can, as Sadie said, identify resource needs, resource gaps that exist in our community, and have a better way of even engaging people with different lived experiences about what resources really affect the functioning, the access that they can have to the things that allow us to be independent during disasters. As we move forward across the conference, I invite you to think about that letter I, independence, because another I that we often talk about in disasters is isolation. And in some ways, those two words share some meaning, right? There's a sense of, I may be alone with this, but isolation as an alone idea is more dangerous, more risky. We have research that shows that that is something that can endanger you during a disaster, is to be isolated. Whereas on the other side of things, independence is something that we strive for, is something that we know that every person has their level of their sort of how they move in the world as independently as they do. And we want to foster that to the best of our abilities. So as we move through the rest of the conference, I invite you to think about, how is independence different than isolation? And how does that inform our planning, the partnerships, the ways that we talk about doing inclusion and disasters better? I think, Mike, you know the next keynote speaker. So I'm going to turn this over to you to introduce our first keynote.
Yeah, that's awesome. So next up, we have FEMA's Director of Office of Disability Integration and Coordination, which is otherwise known as ODIC, Sherman Gillums Jr. For our first keynote presentation. Director Gillums is a native of Buffalo, New York. He serves as a director, as I mentioned, the Office of Disability Integration and Coordination for FEMA at headquarters in Washington, D.C. He previously led strategy, operations, and impact for the National Alliance on Mental Illness, where he focused on the organization's efforts to universalize timely access to mental health care and destigmatize mental illness. He is also the former executive director of Paralyzed Veterans of America and chief strategy and advocacy officer for AMVETS, the acronym for Paralyzed Veterans of America. Actually, it's a separate group. Sorry, my bad. Two of the nation's largest congressionally chartered veteran service organizations. Director Gillums has testified before Congress as an expert witness, and has appeared on national networks stations such as CNN, Fox News, and C-SPAN as one of the most influential voices on military and veteran issues. His expert commentary has regularly appeared in The Hill, Military Times, and other national publications. He was recognized by Hill Vets as among the 100 most influential voices on Capitol Hill in 2016, the same year that his alma mater, the University of Ohio State. No, that's not what it says. It says University of San Diego. I'm sorry, director, had to throw in Ohio State. Go Buckeyes. He's with the University of South Dakota, San Diego. They introduced him into their Hall of Honor, which is really awesome. He was also personally recognized by the White House for his noteworthy service to our nation, and Secretary of Veteran Affairs for exceptional leadership. Director Gillums joined the U.S. Marine Corps at the age of 17 and served for 12 years, medically retiring at the rank of Chief Warrant Officer 2. He holds a graduate degree from the University of San Diego School of Business and completed his executive education at Harvard Business School. He will complete his doctorate studies at the University of Dayton in 2024. Director Gillums and his wife Tammy, herself also a U.S. Army veteran of Operations Enduring Freedom, have 2 sons and 4 daughters, including one who is presently a midshipman at the U.S. Naval Academy, and also a granddaughter. So with that, Director Gillums, over to you, sir.
Thank you, Mike. I really appreciate it. I want to make sure you all can hear me before I begin. Somebody give me a thumbs up. Yes, no.
I would say I don't hear you, but that's a dead giveaway.
Okay, well, I'll take that as a yes. And I only have one friendly amendment for you, Michael. I also have a granddaughter as of yesterday. My daughter gave birth to my granddaughter yesterday, late afternoon. So if I seem a little tired,
This is Sadie, Director Gilliams. We are not hearing you coming through yet. Can you unmute your mic?
my mic is unmuted. It's unmuted. Can you still not hear me?
Director Gilliams, can you do a mic check?
My mic is open.
So we can.
We can hear you
All
just
right.
fine on Zoom.
All right, can you try that one more time, Director? We're not hearing you in here, so we're testing.
Okay, testing. How do I sound?
Okay,
I see
keep testing. We're
testing.
still not here. I could hear you in one area. We're fixing it in the other
Okay.
area.
Yeah, I see the green light on my microphone, so my mic is working.
Yes, you are good. We're just pulling up captioning now. So
Okay.
for 1 second. All right, so whatever you said before, if you would go ahead and re-say it.
I'm happy to do that. And I just want to make sure you can hear me now. You hear me okay?
We
Yes, we can.
can.
Excellent. I was telling Michael that I have one friendly amendment to the introduction. I also have another granddaughter as of yesterday. One of my daughters gave birth to my granddaughter late afternoon, early evening yesterday. So if I seem a little tired, I imagine myself pushing along with her as she was giving birth, and I sat there in my mind wondering how women do it. And I'm so proud of her for the work that she did. But I have to modify my my biography with that little change there. I'm happy to be here. I wish I was there with you all in California, but as I said, I had some things to do yesterday that didn't allow me to be there, but I always enjoy the state. And any opportunity I have to be out there, I will take it. So if this happens next year, I'll certainly make sure that I make myself available in person. My pronouns are he, him. I am wearing a black FEMA polo shirt. My skin tone, as my daughters tell me, is somewhere between a Hershey Kiss and a penny, like a medium brown, if you will. I'm wearing glasses and I'm sitting in my home office with a few plaques behind me on white walls. But I'm really here today to talk about access and functional needs. And I want to start with this sort of framing. There are about 60 million people in the US who identify or are regarded as disabled. That's 60 million different ways of living the experience. And for this reason, when I hear terms like accessible, I often doubt some of those who talk about it know what it really means. For example, I can tell this when people refer to accessible parking areas in public spaces as disabled parking, as if accessible and disabled are synonymous. And you know what, Sadie, I've got slides too. I need to have those slides up. I just realized it.
Director, we don't, and if you send it to me, I apologize. Are you able to go ahead and present off of your side?
I can try. So bring my slides up and share screen.
Yeah, just hit share screen and we'll all be able to
Okay.
see it here too.
I will do that. No problem. Let me find the slides and bring them up for you. Let's see here. There we go. And they're downloading from the cloud now. I'll have them up in about 30 seconds. Mike, you got any jokes?
I'll give you a 30-second joke. So a grizzly bear walks into a bar, right? A grizzly bear. He walks into the bar and says, "Hey, bartender, I'll take a whiskey and a Coke." And the bartender's like, dude, why the big pause? And he looks down and says, I don't know, I was born with them.
I'm sorry I couldn't save you all from that. I apologize. I should have. All right, let's see. Yes. Okay, we're almost there. I'm going to share screen right now. Spare you all another Michael joke. Although I will say that I tell bad dad jokes all the time. So I feel for you, Mike. And once that's up, somebody let me know, please.
Sorry, Director, we see you. Good to go.
All right, let me go back. All right, so I'll just pick up where I left off. I can tell this misunderstanding of accessible versus disabled when people refer to parking spaces as disabled parking, as if accessible and disabled are synonymous, or consider universal design just a polite way of saying handicapped accessible. And even I may have been guilty of that when I'm not speaking with conscious intent. So that's not that's just more of a criticism of generally how we talk about these things. And so getting it right starts with educating society on what accessibility means within a context of, for example, mobility access for wheelchairs and barrier-free path of travel, and how that vastly differs for someone whose accessibility involves sensory aids and assistance through communication devices and services, or how someone whose access needs involve a cognitive or developmental aspect of their identity. Getting it right continues with ensuring emergency managers don't conflate the concepts of disability and accessibility or reduce their meaning to the little white icon of a person in a wheelchair against a blue background. Because as we all know, it's far more complicated and varied than that, especially in times of crisis. Now, I found that out the hard way. During Labor Day weekend in 2005, I was about 3 years removed from my service in the Marine Corps after suffering a spinal cord injury that left me partially paralyzed with 5 inches of titanium holding my spine together. The images of Hurricane Katrina and all that followed about a month before were still fresh in my mind when I turned on the TV that morning, just in time to hear that a wildfire was bearing down on San Diego County and heading toward Rancho Penasquitos, which happened to be where I lived at that time. And as I listened to the evacuation advisory, I came to that critical decision point. Do I stay or do I leave? Do I evacuate the Qualcomm Stadium and deal with all that will come with it, with all the crowds and structural barriers I'd often have to tolerate during football games in that same place? Except now we're adding the elements of mass panic and uncertainty. Or do I stay and take my chances just in case they're exaggerating the threat a bit out of caution? Now, I chose to stay because I simply didn't trust the process after seeing what happened in the Gulf states just a month ago. But 200 homes in the same area were evacuated as the fires were close enough for me to taste in the air, to singe my nostrils and make my eyes water with black soot caking up in swimming pools and on windshields. And in hindsight, I probably should have evacuated, even though my home and life were spared this time. I thought about that as I spoke to survivors in Lee County, Florida after Hurricane Ian. I wanted to know what made them wait so long after the initial alerts came out. And more importantly, why did they believe those who paid the ultimate price decided to stay? Now, while those responses varied, there was a theme that emerged as I began to better understand my own decision to stay rather than leave. Because I think many people don't fear dying as much as they fear the living hell that comes with feeling trapped in helplessness after fighting so hard for their autonomy and achieving independence on their terms. With that as our framing, this begs the question of what getting it right means and looks like, or more concisely, what problem are we trying to solve? Is it simply about ensuring we have ramps, power outlets, accessible porta-johns, and attendant care in emergency shelters? Or does the problem lie anterior to those concerns, where People are being asked to trust the emergency management apparatus with their livelihoods in the worst moment of their lives. Now, because of how the human brain is wired, we tend to give disproportionate weight to what we last experienced. So even when we're trapped between two bad choices, we overvalue the devil we know while undervaluing the one we don't know. And this can lead to fateful decisions when choosing whether to repeat an unpleasant experience and stay, or take a more rational approach when a crisis is imminent and leave. And therein lies the problem. Inequity is not an abstraction to people who fight to be recognized as full human beings. It's real for those who feel perceived as abnormal and thus find themselves feeling cast aside when emergency messaging, for example, doesn't speak to them where they are, or marginalized when a congregate shelter lacks open path of travel, or a sense of burdensomeness to others when someone is the only person in a group who needs ASL or captioning services in order to engage, to a point where all it takes is what I call inequity threat to lead someone down a fateful path that at first looked like the better of two suboptimal options. The shared desire to get it right compels us to begin considering what we need to do first and foremost to remove inequity threat in the minds of people with access and functional needs within the context of emergency management. And so where do we start? I started by trying to glean lessons learned from history. It would take me some time and much reading to frame the problem correctly as I pour through some of the documents you see on the screen, the Civil Rights and Protections Report from the Civil Rights Commission, the federal response to Hurricane Katrina report issued by the White House, and the Preserving Our Freedom, turn my phone off, Preserving Our Freedom document put out by the National Council on Disability. As I pour through and analyze these reports, articles, and transcripts, I also listened to multiple perspectives. And once the data began to saturate into themes that began to repeat themselves, a story began to come into clear view for me. A story that I had to see for myself, disaster after disaster. Now, this would inform how I began to see the problem we need to solve. How do we shorten the time it takes for a person with access and functional needs to get beyond the disaster cycle? That was the problem. But we can't manage what we don't measure. So finding an equity measure became my next focus. And I think I found it. There are really only 14 points of inequity that threaten to resurface disaster after disaster. I identified these 14 points within reports, research studies, and media articles. These 14 points start with a lack of inclusion in disaster planning before a disaster strikes. This is how well-meaning first responders find themselves trying to figure out at the 11th hour how to get people in power chairs out of high rises. And we can go inequity after inequity on the list and almost predict at which points the disaster cycle will get stretched because the CMIST framework wasn't well or widely understood. These inequities don't necessarily happen in linear fashion. They're dynamic, cumulative disruptions on the journey to recovery due to encounters with things like non-508 compliant alerts and advisories, or lack of communication aids such as ASL, or transportation with no lift or ramp access, or temporary or transitional housing that's difficult to maneuver because doors open in the wrong direction, or a lack of continuity of care, or access to prescription refills, electricity, fresh water, or appropriate dietary choices that don't rise to mere inconveniences, they're life-threatening. Or overly complex application processes where once you get past all the disclosures about fraud and privacy, ambiguous questions become the problem. For example, questions on homelessness that don't make it clear whether they're asking chronic, episodic, transitional, or hidden homelessness. And at the end of the disaster cycle, as all these dominoes fall, what awaits too many people are forced institutionalization, aggravated or untreated chronic conditions, or even premature death. And I'll take it in sum, these constitute our equity measure. The parts of the disaster cycle we have to inspect through problem solving before we can expect measurably better outcomes for people with disabilities, access, or functional needs. Now, this is precisely why it's so critical to see equity, which is essentially equality plus accommodation, as an outgrowth of good top-down coordination and bottom-up integration. You see emergency support functions and community lifelines on the equality side, the CMIS framework and free-flowing bottom-up integration of survivor experiences and feedback on the accommodation side, with equity being the byproduct of this bilateral exchange of relevant information throughout the emergency management milieu at all levels. And so the best way to open up those bottom-up channels starts with engaging the whole community using a plan with approach to save more lives and property. And this is one example of how ODIC is doing that. We're building a mobilization and engagement platform in which we can harness the power of community and resiliency by working in sync with grassroots advocates, such as those you see there listed on the slide, who know what meeting people where they are truly means in their communities. This includes taking inventory of who's positioned to respond and serve immediately and in what way, whether it's a Center for Independent Living, an area agency on aging, a volunteer organization, places of worship, or even small business owners who simply want to take part. These relationships, when consistently cultivated during steady state, when the skies are blue, become a force multiplier for FEMA, defined by an ability to achieve the desired end state following a disaster by adding capability without having to first add capacity that may not be available, thus giving form to that whole community concept that Sadie talked about, from planning and pre-disaster preparedness to recovery at the end of the disaster cycle. Now, if we can do this consistently, I believe we can shorten the disaster cycle for all survivors. This starts by highlighting the letter I in the CMIST acronym, which stands for independence, and fostering this independence by including people with access and functional needs in emergency planning well before a disaster strikes, for they know their needs best and where inequities are most likely to surface, which makes them the most prepared and knowledgeable disaster planners and first responders in their own existences. We simply need to listen to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Gillums, for your presentation and putting up with us on this technology side. It was really good to hear from you. We appreciate you sharing your experience with us today and helping us guide us as we embrace equity and emergency management. So right now, I get to be the bearer of good news. We're going to take a break, take some time to stretch and get the blood flowing, and we will take about 30 minutes. So if you could plan on coming back at 1:20, Sadie, if I can get a thumbs up that that's accurate. Okay, thumbs up. That's two of them. So 1:22. No, I'm kidding. 1:20. Go have a break. Enjoy. Engage. You're dismissed. Awesome. Okay.
It is perfect, so that, and then I could,
This is the.
yeah, he knows, yeah. I think it's gonna grab one of those down. We did, I didn't notice this one over here. Really, it didn't matter which one we grabbed. Yep, okay. Cool.
That's the next thing we need to identify is which group they're gonna start.
Started, yeah, that'd be nice to know. And I brought some, I didn't have very much, but a little bit of swag and the people that's ready. No Lamborghinis, but. That was funny yesterday. Yeah, yeah.
Perfect, all right, yay, all righty, I'm gonna go now Fix that. So
Okay.
everybody knows what they start on.
Okay, we got a few minutes on it.
Yeah. You know, are you all right with starting with this group? You and Billy?
This one? Yeah, this is the video, the online, right?
Yeah, you'll start with that one. Then what we'll do is, then you'll shift there, then you'll shift
Okay.
there. And you'll add that. Yep. Okay. All right. Okay.
Hey, great. By the way, yeah, I know, I can tell you're nervous at all. Yeah.
It's, when you forget my speech when all this, what's what happened.
Yeah. You know, I get really nervous way about it. I'm ready sometimes, but sometimes it's like 10 seconds, like yesterday, all of a sudden I was nervous. Yeah, right, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Right. Yep.
That's why I was okay. I got home, there was in check.
Yeah, I know.
I'm gonna start,
Stuttering
Yeah.
and doing everything, yeah.
Terry,
You know, when you get that way, just think of Mike Stelter. Make yourself laugh. Yeah, 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 right on, yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah, okay, well, I'll wait.
all right.
Just grab whichever one's easier. You know, if you. Oh, yeah, I left my tea. Oh, no. Oh, am I on the camera? Yikes. I just, Sadie brought me up here. I wanted to see I got up here. So. Did I read? I don't think I read. Please. So we should probably talk sometime, you know. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. This is just a 2-minute warning. We'll be beginning to come back together. It's almost 1:20. So as you can make your way back into the conference room, if you're here in person, we thank you.
They'll introduce us up here. And this is where we'll do our 5-minute spiel. And then we're gonna start out. This will be our first group. This one right here. Yeah. And then that, and then.
Just so you both know, Mark does have a keynote speech.
Oh, he does first,
Before
okay.
we do the interactive.
Okay.
Can I say that again? Oh, yes, Mike Houston has a keynote speech before we get to the end.
Oh, yeah. I forgot.
Thank you.
Yeah. How long is it? You know? How long is it? Like 20 minutes or is it like? Oh, it is. Okay, then I'll go back out.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope this was a good physical reset for everyone, as well as an opportunity to speak to the vendors, speak to each other, continue that networking opportunity. Up next, I get to ask my fellow MC to change hats, so to speak, as Mike Houston will be giving us our second keynote, Regional Disability Integration Specialists. What? So what? And now what? Mike said that his bio could just be Mike stayed at the Holiday Inn and Suites last night, but we'll give you a little bit more than that. Mike Houston is the Regional Disability Integration Specialist with Region 8, so here in the Colorado and Mountain States area. Prior to taking this position, Mike was the Disability Integration Advisor for both an IMAT team, which is an Incident Management Assistance team, as well as starting in a Regional Disability Integration Specialist position in Region 4. Mike, as he shared before, is legally deaf, the result of a head injury suffered as a young child. He is the child of deaf adults and is fluent in American Sign Language. Before FEMA, Mike was working as a national liaison with DeafLink, which is based in San Antonio, Texas, and is an organization that has extensive involvement with the Texas Division of Emergency Management and several of their efforts to provide services, plan, and address accessible alternative communication solutions for Texans who are deaf, deafblind, blind, and hard of hearing. Mike was involved in many statewide nonprofit organizations. And Mike was the first legally deaf individual to graduate from the Professional Golf Association. This golf management program provides instruction for deaf and hard of hearing juniors, including efforts to develop golf programs at state schools for the deaf. And as a player, y'all should know, he is a member of multiple regional and local deaf golf associations and qualified 6 times to represent the United States at the World Deaf Golf Championship events, including most recently in October 2022, where he got to go to Hawaii as a member of the U.S. Deaf Senior Team. Michael and his wife, as he mentioned before, have wonderful daughters. And Mike, you add whatever else you would like to. And thanks so much for your keynote address.
This is great. What you forgot to mention is a previous job. I used to work in a cabinet shop as a counterfeiter. I made really good money. Oh, I heard it. Somebody mentioned there were O's and R's, and that's awesome. That's a good sign. So a little bit about me, my background, as you mentioned, my parents are deaf. I grew up in a deaf home in the 70s prior to accessibility features being offered. And I remember when I was 12 in Washington State, we had a train derailment in my neighborhood. In the middle of the night, sheriff's office was banging on doors. And so everybody in my whole, but I'm 10 years older than the next brother. I have 3 younger brothers. So I was the responsible party growing up, being my mom and dad's access to the world around them. Whether it was my mom, she took me to the OBGYN. I'm still getting counseling today for that experience. My dad, he was just unhappy with an auto body or mechanic who, they felt like he was being taken advantage of. And so he had before he was a Christian, had some choice words for that individual. And I had the honor of voicing that out loud for him. Again, it is what I am, my parents. So I grew up without learning. I didn't get to talk much. My parents were deaf. I didn't get to talk much. So I'm going to teach you how to shut me up. This is set up, by the way. So getting me to set up the hard part. I can talk all day. I have a lot to say, which is a bad thing. But nonetheless, this whole life experience, going back to that first experience of a train derailment when I was 12 back in 1979, I believe it was. The communication barrier, my parents were deaf. Waking them up was the hard part, getting them cognitively understanding what was going on and then reacting to the evacuation, chlorine, other things had spilt. So where do we go? We went to the local school gymnasium, no access, no communication, no resources. My parents are going, what's happening? All these years. And then when I was going to nursing school, because I wanted to be a surgeon and I wanted to be a physician's assistant in total knee, total hip surgeries, things of that nature, orthopedics. And then I lost 60% of my, slow down, I got you, I'm slowing down. Okay, my bad. Again, I grew up with deaf parents, so I have a very wicked, bad speaking ability skills. Where was I? I'm also old and I forgot where I was. Oh yeah. In nursing school, and between my sophomore and junior year, I lost 60% of my hearing. Was everything afterwards, tinnitus. The whole world turned half mute. Like everything was, if you ever turned the TV on half mute, that was what I hear all the time. And so it became, I look like, you don't look like a deaf person. I'm like, I spend an hour every day trying to pick up makeup to look like a deaf person because I don't want to confuse anybody, because invisible disabilities, we all have them, right? For me, it really boils down to effective communication. And all this time I was a frustrated teenager, I was a frustrated adult in my 20s, not being able to finish college. That's how I ended up, finding my way to professional, golf instruction, because people who are deaf, they spend a lot of money. They want to have effective communication. I don't want to give you money and then not know what you're talking about. That doesn't seem right. So I got into golf. But looking back in hindsight, what was really amazing is that I found out in 2004 that there was blind golf. And I was like, blind golf? I'm like, I'd never heard of that. It was bad enough for deaf golf because you can't hear anybody yell four. We get hit in the head with golf balls all the time. So we stomp on the ground and put 4 fingers up. That's how we yell four. Blind golf, I mean, like, whoa, that's amazing. And this guy's saying, hey, I need you to come and be a caddy coach for a blind golfer. What? I don't even know what you're talking about. I couldn't even possibly. So I rejected him a couple of times, but the third time he begged me, and that tournament was in San Antonio. And so what led me to San Antonio was blind golf, which was the deaf person leading the blind, which I thought was really cool. But I learned about DeafLink, and I learned about communications using technology, because just recently my dad, with video, how many are you familiar with video relay services? Awesome. So for video relay service, remember the TTY, right? Remember the typewriter that spit out, you would type to each other. It's like texting, but in 1970s. The video relay service, my dad, the one thing that I'll never forget that my dad, he's like, I got a flat tire. In the old days, he was SOL. He had no chance of communicate. He couldn't walk to a neighborhood house to say, can I make a phone call? Can you help me? He really was down on his luck if he had a flat tire. Well, now, with technology on his smartphone, we can use video relay services and call an interpreter who then facilitates that call. They act as a go-between for ordering pizza, calling in sick, calling a AAA to come change my tire. So when he said that, that I feel like I'm part of normal community, because I can call AAA to have somebody come change a tire. And I'm like, wow, that's amazing. The next year, with that as a backdrop, when I saw DeafLink provide video-based, like FaceTime communications, I was fascinated by it. Because then I was torn, because I really loved golf. I really liked what I did, but this was amazing technology. It was my first exposure to technology. And then Katrina hit. I took the job in February of 2005, and then in May of 2005, we got a contract to provide the state with communication access in shelters. And as such, last part of May, June, July, I got to be involved with a circus. It went all over Texas, working with Citizens Corps and the VOAD, faith-based organizations, county governments, about what now Texas Division of Emergency Management has for its shelter operations, and so on and so forth. So fast forward to 2005, that launched my career. I had 9 hurricanes in South Dakota. I set up the first video remote interpreting at a FEMA DRC following Hurricane Ike in Houston, Galveston area, which then got me an opportunity to, be recruited by FEMA. Hey, you interested in, as a result of Katrina, talking a little bit about what is an artist. How many of you know what an artist is besides looking at me, before me? How many of you are familiar with what a regional disability integration specialist? That doesn't count. But anybody? Raise hands. So that means you don't know what an artist is. And I know we have how many states? 24 states, and how many regions? I don't know, but FEMA has 10 regions. I have 6 states in my region, which is Montana, Wyoming, Utah, Colorado, and the Dakotas. And I have my colleague in the back row down there, Danielle, who is in Region 10, who has Alaska, Washington, Oregon, and Idaho. And so we have all these states. And this job recruitment was like, whoa, this is amazing, because I wanted to be in the military. They 4F'd me. And I'm like, but you make deaf people. So I should fit right in. And I have better sign language. So working with FEMA was like, I was so inspired because I get to represent my country. And so I I got the job in Atlanta, and immediately, not even a week after I started my job, thereabouts, I was deployed to Hurricane Irene in North Carolina and hit the ground running ever since. So the best thing about this job, though, is what we get to do representing the country. And so I want to talk a little bit today. As we leave today, I want you to know a few things, takeaways. One is, what is an artist? Who is you? Go find out who your RDIS, otherwise you can say artists. Who is that? Because that's your federal connection. And then what I'm super excited about, and I won't go too far down the rabbit trail within FEMA, but being in Atlanta gave me an opportunity to be exposed to a lot of disasters, which gave me the bandwidth to then understand what an IMAT, Incident Management Assistance Team, does, that goes into a state and establishes that connection when there's a declaration forthcoming, right? That early stages of the federal presence. And then my first deployment on the National IMAT, there's a segue to my story, right? It's amazing. On 2013, our very first deployment on that National IMAT was to Colorado for the 2013 floods. And so I got to get exposed to Colorado and Colorado leadership and a lot of great things that are happening here. And before I demobbed from Colorado in December of 2013, we had a 3-up, 3-down session with some stakeholders and the senior planner, Kerry Kimball, I think it was, with Colorado Emergency Management to talk about the response, what worked, what didn't. And I just wanted to give a voice to stakeholders, and only 2 stakeholders responded, but they were really critical stakeholders. One was Julia Beams, the other one was Nick DeSetter, who was with the Independence Center, which is where Sadie came from. So it's just really cool to see all these things happen, and look at what we have now. An example of the second thing is understanding FEMA. How many of you watched a little bit about East Palestine, the train derailment? So I saw Governor DeWine give a press conference and said, FEMA says we don't qualify for assistance. And I was thinking to myself, doggone it, you're not understanding the process. You have, as a governor, the ability to request assistance, but there are certain things that have to happen, because where do disasters happen and end? Where do they begin and end? Locally, exactly. So FEMA is not locally. The state isn't locally. The county kind of getting closer, warmer to locally. It's really, really down to that local level. So working from that epicenter all the way up to the top, federally funded, state managed, locally executed. What we've been doing all of this time for, since Katrina, Congress passed laws. How many of you are familiar with PKEMRA, the Post-Katrina Emergency Management Reform Act? So out of that, really good stuff. If you want to go to Congress and you have a tough time falling asleep at night, go to congress.gov and look at some of the bills. But in 2008, they passed PKEMRA, the Post-Katrina Emergency Management Reform Act. And in that created Director Gillum's, the ODIC had to be created to provide guidance to the director of FEMA. So what's really cool about all of this is understanding who your artist is, because they're your connection to the federal side. Also, the thing about what's really cool about this relationship with Sadie is that, as a result of the, interesting force, if I write a book, it's going to be Forrest Gumping my way through life, is basically what I would be doing. But having found Sadie and our partnership, so far in an ESF5, in emergency management and federal government from an ICS, Incident Command System, this is the first time I've ever had somebody at the state level that represented all of you and everyone that's online, the whole community. 60 million people, Director Gillum said, 60 million ways to represent. There's no one size fit all, right? Helping people understand, like Governor DeWine making those comments, kind of confuses the audience about what it is that we do. We need to have voices at that local level. This is a very local level in Estes Park. And we have a lot of folks here with a lot of, SMEs. If you're ever a Captain Hook fan, you're a bunch of SMEs. We got to get you in different outfits. But subject matter experts, you bring a lot to the table. Your voices matter. Your lived experiences matter. Your resources matter. Your networking, your force multiplying, those that I don't know, all of that matters. But how do we build it there? At the federal government, Congress can pass a law and we can do a bunch of stuff. Maybe the states can do a few things. It's slow, but we're making progress with Sadie. But now I think the empowerment really begins with, this is our 3rd annual Access and Functional Needs Conference. What's the point? What are we here? Why are we here? Everybody has passion for what they do. What I want to do is just say, taking my lived experience and, a little bit of comedic and a little bit of look at life, not quite so seriously, because, life can be weird, right? But if we work together, we can make plans for people, or we can make plans with people. And we've already seen as many people have said, making plans for people, because I don't want to have a budget for sign language, or I don't want to go to try to figure out what language interpreter I need, or I don't know how to do sign language, or captioning, or any of the other items, because it's just, But if you had a Sadie and her team, think about that. What would that look like? What I'd like to see in my days before my time is up in FEMA is across, that's why I'm glad Danielle's here from Region 10. I don't know who else is online. I know Director Gillums was listening, but on this country, how do we empower the local jurisdiction? That's where the rubber meets the road. That's where planning is really important. What can you do? What can't you do? Thinking about my parents back in 1979 at that train derailment, they didn't know what they didn't know because nobody gave them information to be an adult. I had to be that adult for them. If they had been that, had that ability to make decisions, I doubt we would have stayed in that school. I think we would have maybe gone somewhere else. But again, it's information, and I think that's the bottom line. I don't think there's much I can teach you as I'm not tasked with teaching you, but share that's relevant to you, other than networking. And I would encourage you to network. know who your artist is, find out who your artist is, your regional discipline integration specialist. Find out who in your state is the key point person, because federal government can't speak for the state. States sometimes don't speak for counties. Counties don't speak for cities, and so on and so forth. HOAs don't even speak for each other, right? So the bigger the table we can make it, both politically with, strategic and then tactically, that's what the what now, what, so what is. And so that's a concept that I use in closing. I don't know, how much time do I have? How am I doing on time? Right. So I wanted to leave some time to hear from you. So if you have any Q&As, I'm gonna leave some time in my keynote to give you a chance to ask questions and things you didn't know or want to know. Feel free to, we have a microphone, so let's make sure we get that. But bottom line is the what now, what, so what. My leadership don't want the sob story. They don't want the whole book. They just want the highlight of the book. What's the issue? What? So what? What's the consequence? Now what? What are some courses of action? So Montana, the flooding that happened last year in Yellowstone, the federal coordinating officer came in and the regional administrator, Mike, can you do an analysis of the population that's being impacted in the 3 counties, including Billings and Bozeman, because those are 2 big cities nearby. And so I did that. I gave them an analysis. I gave them an honest analysis because the state is not ready from an emergency management standpoint, how they prepare for everyone, because a lot of that action happens in the ESF8 side, the public health, human services, mass care, all the different organizational programs that fall under that umbrella in ESF8, nursing homes, assisted living facilities, developmental disabilities, all of that falls over here. But how much of that intel and information and know-how has a bridge to the all hazard plan in ESF5? Does anybody does that make sense? So ESF5, where do you think the federal dollars from FEMA flows? Who receives that money from FEMA? Is it your public health officer or is it your emergency management director? Emergency management. So that's why it's so important. If they're the hub and the spoke and we're the wheel for everyone, we need to be making as many spokes to make that wheel as strong as possible. And a lot of our rural states, and hopefully we're going to hear some Heather later from Nevada, but I'm very keen on understanding how we know what happens in urban. When you hear Hurricane Ian, 2 million people are impacted. That's just a resource gap. But when you come up to Montana and you have 900 people, that's not very big. It's not like, wow, it's just 900 people, but there's still 300 people without houses because COVID migratory, California, Oregon, and Washington, no fault of their own. They could sell an 800 square foot home for $2 million or whatever it was. And they take that money to Montana and that $2 million goes a long way. People that live in Montana don't have that kind of income. They don't have that kind of buying power. So they're quickly priced out of their own market. So then when you have a disaster like a flood and they need housing and there aren't any, what do we do? Is that a FEMA solution? Because oftentimes FEMA gets the blame. Remember Governor DeWine said that FEMA said that, we don't qualify. Well, I don't think that's what FEMA said. I just think it's an ICS. You're not fully understanding ICS. So what now, what, so what? What are the issues? What are the consequences? People could die. If you're in Montana in the winter without a home and you're living in a tent, you might survive. I mean, let's be honest. Even up here, if you didn't have a home and you were living in a tent during the harsh winters, people would die. If you have a disability, if you have an access and function need, if you have all the things we're talking about this week, on top of that, chances are you're not going to make it. So again, that's why it's so important that we have the right people at the table. And the table it's not admiring the problem. It's not like talking about the problem. It's really focusing on the 32 core capabilities. And what do we do well? We'll set it aside because that's what Sadie said. How many of you didn't raise your hand to the questions that were asked by the team? You need to put yourself on a registry because you don't need any help. Things like that. Yeah. So anyway, I just wanted to make sure that this week, the takeaway, what is the main takeaway? Network. Get involved. Find out who's on your table, who's not at your table. Who, like in Boulder of last year, for example, I just talked about Montana. We went up there, being out the boots on the ground, we were able to find Bromberg, Carson County, family with high functioning Asperger, the dad and 2 kids. The mom didn't have it, but the home was flooded. They have about $22,000 annual income. And we have 1 car, which the mom can drive, but it got damaged. So they had no car. They had no place to live in this small town of about 70 people, 100 people. They got to Billings, which is an hour and 10 minutes away, in a hotel. I don't know how many of you have enough in savings to stay in a hotel for 30 days if you had to. I know I couldn't. I mean, I might run out of credit card maybe in about 3 weeks, but I've been working to pay it down. But I was thinking to myself, like, wow, this is really amazing. A senior citizen, retired, this lady paid off her home, living in a home in Red Rods, which is down by the border of Wyoming. Her home got flooded. They didn't have a plan at the city level, so they didn't have any place to put her. They didn't have the capacity to take care of her, so they took her to Billings and put her in a nursing home. And after I was like, well, wait a second, after 28 days, you're going to lose your waiver. What happens to her then? Does anybody think about that? Because you're taking an ease, I don't know what to do, so we're going to put her in a nursing home because it's for her best interest. But is it? Maybe not. Montana, I think Colorado, one thing, and then I'll stop. Really cool working with Jocelyn, and you'll hear from her too. She's amazing. When Boulder had that Mercer fire, I mean, how many of you from Colorado are familiar with the fire? So we had such an awesome, I had such an easy, that was one of my favorite disasters to work because I did nothing. The state and Boulder County, they had it, they got it, because they've been working all the time in steady state, building those relationships, building that response, those expectations. I just brought a few things and ideas, just analyzing, right? But we saw some things like, hey, we noticed that there's some senior citizens population. Who at our table represents that? No AARP, no area agency on agency. Quick call, make a phone call, invite them, boom. And we had the answers that we needed. And right away we had not me, I don't take any credit. They had actions to meet the need really quick because they built the relationship before the disasters. So that's the key takeaway this week is get involved. Don't lose your passion. It's tougher now, I think, with the economy, with the rising cost, migratory, people are migrating. The social vulnerability index data is vastly different than it was 3 years ago. Plans may be changed. Take a good hard look at your plans. Have somebody unbiasedly look at your plans and say, this is really good, or this is about 80% good, or whatever the case may be. Be honest with your plan and let's find ways to build those mutual understanding or mutual agreements. The benefit of mutual agreements with disability organizations is if you get into the written plan before the disaster, there may be an opportunity for reimbursement under Category B of the public assistance. That's a discussion with the recovery officers, right? That's an important discussion because people want to get reimbursed. If they're going to give something, they want to make sure that I'm going to get, because somebody said yesterday, right, that independent living centers, we compete with small amounts of funding. And if we want independent living centers to be involved in emergency management, preparedness, response, recovery, they need to have support. And if they don't already have those funding, then where are they going to, how do we get them to the table? How do we get more of them involved? So with that, I got 5 minutes left. I would love to throw out a couple questions if you have any. I'm here all week. I'd be happy to talk with you all. Really, I'm not at the federal level. I would just like to make sure that we're capturing, thanks, where the gaps are so that we can point you in the right direction and get you connected. Because I really think right now is an opportunity to get involved, building those bridges between like those that have a great plan and those that are required to build the plan, ESF5, planning, emergency management, and bridging that gap and making sure that you have those relationships like I did before I left Colorado in 2013, letting the senior planner meet with stakeholders, and then I exited stage left, and then look where they are now. I'm not saying I did anything, it was all them. It's just I brought the people together, and I think anybody can do that. We can all do that. So with that, any questions?
Wonderful.
Heather?
We've got some good questions in the room. And I also just wanted to check with folks virtually. Do we have a question?
Hey there, this is Charlotte Stasio. I am monitoring the chat here. We do have 2 questions if we can answer those.
Let's go with the in-person question and we'll prep the virtual question next.
All right, thank you.
Hi, this is Heather Lafferty, Access and Functional Needs Coordinator, state level for Nevada, at the Nevada Division of Emergency Management. And my question is, we've had this position for 10 months now. Does ODIC plan on doing, and this, you might know this, you might not know this, do they plan on gathering together the state level access and functional needs coordinators with the artist in one room, one setting, one conference to kind of update and onboard all of the access and functional needs coordinators that are coming on at the state level? Because in Nevada, we were blessed and hampered a little bit. We were blessed because we had Sadie in Colorado and Vance in California, and some of our other partners to help onboard me and get our program kind of up and running based on, you know, things they've learned that did and didn't work. But having that kind of onboarding process across the nation for all of us together to learn best practices would be very beneficial.
Yeah, so that was a question? 'Cause that was a long one. I may have lost the question mark in there. Can you highlight the question part of it again? ODIC working with
The
you?
question is, does ODIC or FEMA ever plan on doing a national level conference to support state access and functional needs coordinators?
So FEMA teaches me to speak what I know. I don't own FEMA, so I can't say, yes, we will, or when, this is how it's going to happen. But I can certainly bring that up. We have bi-weekly with Director Gillens. And this is what we're hearing from stakeholders. There's an interest for a national level access and functional needs type conference. Is that what you're saying?
And-
We've had it before. It's not unreasonable to think that we couldn't do it again. I just am not that decision maker. But we do it in the regional level. I think it's much more powerful. When you get these national level stuff, what is the outcome? Is it educational or is it operational? Right. And then the last thing I would say, Sadie, if you know, I see you walking up, is we started during COVID, the National Access and Functional Needs Coordination call, because we got a call from Danielle, who had a stakeholder up in Alaska, David, who was the state ADA coordinator who got pulled into the EOC by necessity because there was nobody there. And then he never left. He got stuck in the because they had, you know, whatever it was, they had an earthquake, then they had a fire, then they had COVID, and they had another fire or whatever it was. He was in the EOC, and I'm like, I have a day job. Welcome to my world. So that call made me think, wow, states helping states are going to be more effective than the federal government telling states stuff to do. So then I suggested to Sadie, why don't we do these monthly calls? And now that call has grown. So if you're not on the National Access and Functional Needs call, all of you should be on it, honestly. It should be 1,000-person call because information sharing amongst states, it's a great place to meet. It's a great place to share. It's a great platform for local, state, and federal government. So I'm sorry if I didn't answer your question. I kind of evaded it. My apologies. I don't own FEMA. I think I do. I'm a taxpayer, so I guess I do, but
Mike?
June?
Mike, 1 second, sorry. We do also have a National Access and Functional Needs Symposium that we are collaborating with Cal OES, California Office of Emergency Services, Vance Taylor, ourselves here at DHSEM, Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Management, and the International Association for Emergency Management Access and Whole Community Inclusion Caucus that Access and Functional Needs Symposium will be in July. Save the date, July. And let me know and I'll get that for you because I'm struggling with it. I'm struggling with the exact dates, but that one's coming in July. We saw the need again. However, it is the states taking the lead in that versus our federal partners. However, they're participating. Director Gilliams will be in part of that discussion as well.
And I would just like to wrap that up by saying, you know, Director Gillums talked about those 14 points of inequities, and a lot of those inequities that you saw on there is not a FEMA thing. It's a you thing. This is a local thing. It's a state thing. So again, if we're building capacity at the federal government, we're trying to be more diverse. We're trying to be more inclusive, more equitable. We're trying to do the right thing at the federal level. States should be doing the same things. Counties and community-based, all of you should be doing the same thing. And if we all meet in the middle, I think we can write plans that affects everyone. And then if we don't have a plan for someone, like what happened in the Mosa fire in Boulder, Colorado, you see an identified gap, you bring the people together and say, what do we do about it? What are the what now, what, so what? Here's the issue. We have a bunch of seniors that might be overlooked and bad things may happen. What are some courses of action? Hey, let's invite AARP. Hey, let's talk the Area Agency on Aging. Hey, let's whatever, right? So those are your what now, what, so what. So think in that mindset, what is the issue? What's the consequence? What are some courses of action that leadership can say, this is how we're going to move forward. And then the rest of us come together with that directive and say, let's get it done. We can do this. And I think that's really important that we all work together locally, state, federal, not the other way around. So if there are no, I know, Jess, I can barely see a hand up.
Yes, this is Tim. We do have time for one more brief question, and we do have one coming in from the virtual side from Becky. How would you recommend building relationships with agencies that don't follow through on networking? Let's say they're interested but never show up to meetings.
Bring free food. Yeah, that's a challenge. I have to admit, it is a challenge, especially the more rural I get. The more rural I get, the more people have on their plate. I'm rural. I'm in Region 8. I have, I stopped going to the buffet because I have too much on my plate. But it's just what it happens, isn't it? We got more. We have multiple actions that we do. So I think that's part of the problem. I don't know. I'm trying to be creative. Why don't we have an access and functional needs team, incident management team that goes as part of the EMAC? Because Montana, it was the first time that the State Emergency Management initiated the EOC, and they brought an IMT team in to help. Why don't they bring an access and functional needs advisor in to do that? Same thing with these ILCs or other types of community-based organizations. If they don't have the capacity, but they have the, the other capacity, what about others that do have the willingness to come to the table? Why couldn't they be sort of an access and function? So I think we can think outside the box. That's going to be perennially a problem, I think. People promising to do stuff and not being able to do it because they have too much going on. So I'm running over time. But with that, get involved with the, what is it? I forgot what the next session was called, but I'm going to pass it over. But get involved in these discussions and ignite. This because we want to hear from you. Solution-driven outcomes. So I hope that helps. I don't know that it was a good answer, but my apologies. So over to you.
Thank you, Mike. The engagement was already started. That's wonderful. If you had a question for Mike that didn't get answered, please remember that we have question cards on the tables. We will capture questions that are also being submitted in the chat online, and we will wrap those back around to the presenters, to the conversations that we get started here at this conference. But again, the hope is that this carries much farther beyond that as well. So
Amy, real
yes,
quick,
please.
sorry, this is Sadie. Also, you could drop those question cards at the registration. There's a box up there that you could put your questions in. If you need help writing down those questions, if you'll please let one of us know, and we'll help you write them down as well. In case you don't, you need assistance with that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. As alluded to, we are going to have a much more interactive afternoon relative to maybe a lot of conferences that, are we trying to be educational? Are we trying to be operational? We want a little bit of a flavor of both here. And we know that while it's wonderful to hear the thinkers, the movers and shakers talk about what they have learned, dialogue is where some of this rubber meets the road, especially when we have folks in the room that come from the many levels, the many organizations that have different experiences in a disaster space. So what I'm going to do before we take another quick break is orient us to sort of what the afternoon will look like in terms of these interactive sessions that will happen a few times during the rest of the conference. We'll talk specifically about the facilitators and the great folks who are going to help us do our first session and let them introduce themselves to you. And we hope that that all helps you prime the pump, whether you're in the room or virtually. We'll be facilitating space for people to be in dialogue with those facilitators. And so we hope that you will start to capture the kinds of questions that are coming to mind as you learn about the folks who are going to be facilitating that first session. So, overarching sort of description of what we're about to do. We'd like to facilitate at this year's conference more participation and an opportunity to dive deeper into important topics. So we're going to have 3 interactive sessions either today or tomorrow when we reconvene. Participants are going to be in 3 different groups. We have the group of 7 tables on my right, your left, if you're here in the room. We have a second group of 7 tables between 2 monitors that are here at the back of the room in the conference space we're in. And then there are 4 tables up here who will also be paired with our interpreters and our virtual partners online for conversations. So those will be the 3 groups that we go into. We will have facilitators that will be part of each of these groups, and then we'll rotate so that everybody gets a chance to dialogue with each of the facilitators on each of the different topics. Roughly, these sort of rotating sessions will each be given about 20 minutes, including time for sort of passing amongst each other. We're incorporating new practices, and at the same time, you've heard us ask for it before, a little grace and understanding as we learn how to navigate sort of facilitating multiple conversations in a shared space, and just thinking about the audio needs, some of the technology needs that we'll be navigating in that context. But your participation is what makes or breaks, what enhances the best opportunities of these interactive processes. So please be sure to jot down any questions you may have for the speakers so that you remember them as they rotate to you. Again, the question cards are located on each table. We know that 20 minutes is a fairly fast-moving pace of conversation. So the invitation again is, if we don't have a chance to meet your question during the time frame you have with the facilitator, please do get those questions either into the chat or to the registration table so that we can follow up with them later. It is my pleasure to start to invite up, if the facilitators of this, actually, we want to have a chance to introduce you. So I would like to invite the facilitators who are doing this first session to start making their way up to the stage so that you can do your introductions before we go to break. But it's my pleasure to introduce this first session, which will be focusing on planning for disruptions to CMIST, C-M-I-S-T, specifically the Independence resources. Here in Colorado, there are a wide variety of challenges that we face from disasters, whether that's from fires, high wind, snow, floods, even those pesky pandemics. While understanding hazards is important, it's more beneficial to identify the resource disruptions so that we can better identify those resource gaps, identify who are the resource providers, and how we sort of move those through the community so that those who use those resources to function have access to them. It's incredibly important to plan and work with community partners in order to understand those resources and the impacts of not having them, which is why we are so pleased to have the facilitators that we do for this first session. Kurt Garrett and Billy Allen are representing Centers for Independent Living. Ian Anderson and Casey Harlos are representing VOADS, which is an initialism standing for Voluntary Organizations Active in Disaster. And then Yale will be representing 211 United Way. Please remember again to be starting to develop your question cards and holding on to those for these sessions that we will do in a moment. But I'm going to let the facilitators continue to make their way up here, and then we'll let them each successively introduce themselves before we facilitate a quick break and then come back after that. Please, of course.
It was brought to my attention that we only have one question card inside of your packets, your welcome packets. Please feel free to use your notebook and ask some more questions. And also if you'll make sure to put your name on it so we know to get back to you, or you could even attach your business card to it. And so just in case, because I didn't realize we only had one in there but we do have paper. So, all righty. Do I take this one? I think.
It might be helpful for you. to have in words. Yeah. What is it? Okay. You want me to hold those for you? No, I'm good. Okay. Hello. Oh, okay.
It's for.
All
small
right.
people.
Yeah. Hello. Can everybody hear me okay? Amazing. All right. Well, I love going first. So my name is Yael Holzman Koslans. I'm the disaster response and business continuity manager. I'm with Mile High United Way and 211 Colorado. So I know we're going to be breaking out into groups, but I guess just from a show of hands, and we can do this right now too, but is anybody familiar with 211 Colorado? And I can also do audible sounds as well. Folks on screen too. Amazing. All right. Well, for folks who don't know, it seems like a lot of people are, 211 Colorado is a statewide help center where any community member can call, text, or chat to get access to resources in their local community. So you can just dial those 3 numbers 211 and you can get connected to our wonderful team of navigators whose goal is really to connect community members to resources in our database. You can also access our website, 211colorado.org, and that's available 24/7, and we're open Monday to Friday, 8 to 5. So that's kind of what we do. That's 211 Colorado. That's our bread and butter. And I guess some examples of resources that we do provide are food, shelter, housing, transportation, and more. So that's just a general overview of what we do. But as I said, I'm the disaster response manager at 211 Colorado. So we'll kind of go into a little bit more of an exercise when I get to work with y'all individually. But for one thing that I would note is during disasters, that's something that you all can think about when working with 211 Colorado and how we can support community members who are going through a disaster. So really my goal is to see how community members can be connected not only on a daily basis to resources, but resources during a disaster. So some examples of barriers that folks call in for when there is a disaster are language barriers, transportation, childcare, and then we have resources in our database where we can connect folks when they are going through a disaster. So for childcare, for example, we have an entire childcare team whose goal is to connect families with young children to childcare resources. For transportation, we also do Lyft rides. You can be anywhere in the state to get a Lyft ride, just depending on if there are Lyfts available. And I will stop because I see a stop sign. And I think that's you. Yeah. Thank you.
And this is Sadie. It's supposed to be scratchy like this because we're just igniting a conversation. So if it feels weird, it is. And, you know, I'm all about making us all feel weird just so we can feel better, right? All righty.
Thanks, Yael. There'll be more of, like she said, an interactive session. So if you have questions about what Yael just shared, she's going to share much more here shortly. I say that because I get to work with the lovely Yael Holzman. My name's Casey Harlos. I support our 211 helpline for Colorado and then our disaster response program as well at Mile High United Way. But today for our interactive session, I'm actually wearing my Colorado VOAD or Colorado Voluntary Organizations Active in Disaster hat. I sit as our vice chair. So what is Colorado VOAD? I know Mike, earlier you just mentioned how important networking and networks are when it comes to disasters and thinking about accessibility and our functional needs individuals and community members. And so Colorado VOAD really is a network or a coalition of nonprofit organizations engaged in disaster response and recovery. So we're a forum of communication to share knowledge and resources available during, before and after a disaster. Colorado VOAD, as a leader myself, I'm often invited to EOCs to help represent members' efforts and capabilities. Our members are operational and activated based on the needs of the specific disaster. We are the state chapter of National VOAD, and we are volunteer-led. Our goal is to facilitate interagency coordination through communication, coordination, collaboration, and cooperation, and sometimes competition. That's supposed to be a joke. Thanks for laughing. Thank you, guys. We assist emergency managers in accessing resources of member agencies. We help prepare communities for long-term recovery processes. We represent our organizations, like I said, in the EOC. We plan with emergency management, and we foster local, regional, non-governmental organization networks. So again, I know that's a lot, but we will separate, and I'm really excited to continue this conversation, hear your thoughts, questions, when we separate up in groups. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kurt Garrett. I'm the Disaster Preparedness Coordinator for Atlantis Community, Inc. We represent, or we serve 7 counties in the Denver metro area. And I'll let you know later what those counties are, so I don't forget one. But we're here to talk to you about the importance and what Centers for Independent Living have to offer, you know, relationships we can develop before that carry through the during and the after. I just have to throw in, Mike mentioned the woman with the floods in Montana that had to go to a nursing home. It's our job to make sure that doesn't happen. And we can talk about why that is wrong, because that's why I go to work every day. So.
Hi, guys. I'm Billy Allen. I'm from CIL2. You're going to hear the word CIL a lot, Centers for Independent. In the state of Colorado, we've got 9 out here, and throughout the United States, there's over 400, but we're going to show you, it's already in your, if you have downloaded the bit.ly for the conference, you can see all the information right there. And in that bit.ly, you'll see our resource information of all the IL centers, and you're also going to see our background and profile. So we're hoping to meet with you guys and share with you and have you guys share with us, what have you done or what are you wanting to do about connecting people with disability into your plan. One of your favorite words that you said is before, during, and after. I like that because what are you doing on the preparation on the before, during, and after? I'm curious to see what you guys have in your mind and share with us. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to mention one more thing. I am deaf at the doorknob, but I can speak. So don't be feeling insulted if I'm not looking at you when you're talking to me. I'm looking at the interpreter. So I just want to make sure you guys are not caught off guard when I'm not looking at you or disrespecting you. So sorry about that.
Thank you so much. So these are our facilitators, and we hope as we move to another brief break, just because we wanted to be able to rotate through each of the interactive sessions without too much of an interruption. We hope during this break, you will take some time to think about your Centers for Independent Living, your voluntary organizations active in disaster, and United Way's disaster response capabilities, and what questions, what applications are of interest to you to begin this sort of dialogue in the groups that you're a part of. There's a lot of work often done about how plans are supposed to work or how systems are supposed to work. But as has been said several times, when the rubber meets the road, each of our communities has to adapt, adopt, apply things in different ways because of the capacities, because of the connections that we do or don't have. And so again, we're hoping to dive deeper into the possibilities of each of these partners by letting you have the more specific conversations in these interactive sessions. So please do get up again, refresh yourself, move the lunch that we had around a little bit so that it's not like sinking into our bodies. And we will come back, get everybody organized, and then be off and running with these interactive sessions. We'd like to give you approximately 20 minutes for a break. So I'm going to invite everybody to be back here at 2:35 and we'll get started again.
There are X's on the ground, in front of each of these three variables. So there's an X right as we come off the stage. And then what we're gonna do is then we'll you all do that, and then that. And you are gonna start, with me, that over there. Okay. There's an X on the ground. You're gonna use a voice. And that voice set is your mind, so it doesn't travel like it's doing. This one is a mind. If you give me the mic, or it's you'll go to this one, and then you'll go to this one.
One question. Both of ours are interactive. We're going to be asking questions. So we also have a mic or it's for and one of our team members is going to help her. Yeah, you can see her to get to it. Yeah. Great. Okay.
And then you want to come over here? I can go down. I think I need, I need Mackenzie.
So great to see you.
Mackenzie, I need you to get in your spot, please. Is this the mic that goes with them? Noah? No, Noah, right? Is this the mic that stays with this group? Is this the mic that stays with this group?
I think so, yeah. So we turned every speaker off except for that one.
All right, and then that one you're lowering down so it doesn't travel, right?
Yeah.
Test. That's why you couldn't hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, good. That's good to know.
Yeah,
All right. And so this would be the mic that'll stay with this group.
yeah.
And then,
Do you want me to turn it down more?
I don't know yet. I'm
Okay.
gonna go try to do mine.
Networking doesn't work because you're not part of the group. Maybe emergency management is one missing.
Tim, for the, for those that can hear me in the room, we didn't mention it, but there are snacks in the same place that lunch was served. To my left, as I face away from the stage, your right, if you are looking toward me.
Yep. All right. We have a few minutes. Freshman, I washed my hands sometime or yesterday. Yes, thank you.
Every 36 hours, you okay?
I don't have that. Yeah. I know. Yeah. So anyway, the big fan. Well, it's all hard, you know, many of the big rocks and limited space and maybe already. Like, so in other words, again, you and your important. I wanted to say that stuff. They're gonna have to dress it up. I've never very. See, that's what I'm worried about. Right.
So just in case Tim runs out of time, I'm gonna be like for the question and answer stuff. For the questions that come online.
Right.
I think the best information we have is I'm going to get back up in. If you get a question online, I will run up and try to let you guys know what the question is. So yeah, you know, and then I'll have either the question on. I'll either have a picture of the question or I can read the question to you. I don't think you will, no, and I think that's why, I think that's why I'm putting it in between. I don't think you're gonna see the chat, and I don't think there's an opportunity for them to like voice their question necessarily. So, so if you see me like. Yeah, I think they will have one of those. That's gonna happen. Like you'll have the microphone, but to transition the question, we're gonna run back and forth. I'm working in 2 months. It's online. Oh. I'm working in online. You got it. So. No, I follow the instructions. Did I make it a space cover?
Hello, everyone. This is your 2-minute warning. Thank you for coming back into the conference space if you are here. And for those of you who are with us virtually, we'll get started in about 2 minutes.
So that we don't miss somebody online. That's the reason that I'm gonna run back. So. Yeah, that's what it seems like. Yeah, that's funny.
Welcome back, everyone. We are going to be diving into the interactive sessions that we introduced just before our break. Overarchingly, remember, this is a session focused on planning for disruptions to the CMIST I, or independence resources. As mentioned before, a reminder that the facilitators will be the ones that rotate between the three groups that are here in the room, including the one here at the front of our conference space that will also include our virtual participants. So in just a minute, I'd like to just make sure that our facilitators are in the three group areas and they're ready to go. Same thing with the access and functional needs team, making sure their folks are in the respective groups so that they can be the supports. Just so you all know, again, because this feels like a learning lab for how we facilitate spaces. Again, your grace and understanding as we try new things, but the interpreters and the captioners, especially the ones that are facing our virtual participants, will be staying with this third group up here in front. And on the monitors around the space for the other groups, we do have voice recognition captioning that will be doing its best to sort of support you all in your spaces as well. And each of the facilitators has a microphone, a device that they will be using to connect to that particular monitor that's part of each group's space. Please do again wait to share your questions until the device that's picking up voices can be brought to you, just for the sake of being able to have that captioning support. But thank you everybody for, again, flexibility, patience. The practice of inclusion is something we continue to get good at. And it's something that it's worth taking the time to make the effort around. Checking in with each group space. Do we have everybody in place to begin? Thumbs up. We are ready to go. So thank you again, everybody, for diving into this with us. Facilitators for each group, please feel free to take away your conversation.
What happens is you go to a shelter. Oh, speak then. Okay. So do I need to start again? So anyway, the reason I go to work in nursing homes, what I set up there is it is so hard to get out of a nursing home once you're in there. And I have personal experience with my family members, and I don't want to be there. I've told my family I will die before I go to a nursing home. Because I am a human and my value is way more than what they're going to show me in a nursing home. But besides that part of it, it is so hard to get out because you go to a shelter, an emergency shelter, they don't have services there for you. So then in turn, you get sent to someplace else, either out on the street or maybe to a hospital. Hospital doesn't do personal needs care. So where do they send you? To the nursing home. If I'm qualified for Section 8, does everybody know what Section 8 is? Low income housing? Well, that takes several months to apply for. Well, that's just the application piece. My teammates where I work at Atlantis that help people find housing, it's a minimum of a year to get in an apartment in Denver, in the whole metro area, the 7 counties that we serve. So you go to the nursing home if you're in
public housing, you lose your public housing. So if you try to get out, that whole cycle starts again. And it's just more harm to our communities as a whole. It costs more, all those things. So anyway, so that's why I do what I do every day. But what we want you all to ask us about, or if you have ideas, whatever, about, you know, how do you connect with people with disabilities to get lived experience, to get our input? You know, how can we work together? First of all, I'll just give the example, like the presentation I made yesterday. I talked about one of the new things that I discovered, because I went to the SEMA conference. There was a presentation by home healthcare providers. And because of that, I was able to connect one of those home healthcare providers to the mass care person in Denver, so that they can make arrangements, you know, MOUs. So down the line, they can come and serve, you know. I mean, I think that's a huge resource that nobody's done, but we play the community connector there. Billy, you wanna?
Yeah.
You gotta throw in, sorry.
Hi, I'm microphone impaired, so I hope I put it in the right place. You guys tell me if it's right there. Is it good? A little bit up. Okay, so again, I'm definitely doorknob, so I don't know where to hold the microphone there. So if you guys put your ears, cover your ears up, I know I'm talking too loud, so I hope that doesn't happen with you guys, but thank you for letting me hear. We are, like I mentioned before, we are from the Center for Independent Living. And inside, if you download the app for the conference in here, you see the locations of where we're at and where you can find one that's in your area. If you have a question, you're not too sure about which one is in your area, let us know. We'll help you out with that. Curtis had some good examples of what we do to help out people, but we also come up with creative solutions. And so you might go into a pickle and you're not too sure about how to help out with this person who is in a electric wheelchair and transfer into a cot in a mass care shelter. How's that going to happen? Who helps you out with that? That's one example where we get the home health provider to come in and help you out. You transfer that person from the chair into the cot. It's professional people who know how to lift it properly. It would be a liability for someone who's not trained to do that. So that's one example. And there, some people don't know what to do, but they had a service animal that go inside that shelter. And they, wait a minute, I need to separate that service animal from the people because you can't have any animals inside the shelter. So there's some little unique situations that you might not know what to do, how to go about that. And that's something I want you guys to think about when you're doing all the planning stuff, tabletop drills and things like that. And we're here to help you with that. I wanted to ask you, let me ask you, ask people, do you have some samples that you've already experienced what you did do to help people with disability to integrate them into your program? I have a hand that's raised over here. Would you mind speaking your name and your pronoun?
Hey everyone, I'm Mary Garner. I'm a local emergency manager in Colorado. My pronouns are she, her, hers. So I want to start the conversation by acknowledging that for many years, we weren't listening, we being emergency managers. But I think that for me, there's some clarification. I feel like we need to tell you, the communities, the people who are disabled, the access, anyone who has access to functional needs, more about who we are. Because I feel like decisions get made at the shelter. We don't have a place for you, so we send you to a nursing home. I got to tell you, I'm not making that decision. Nobody listens to me. I don't have that kind of power as a local emergency manager. You guys, I mean, there are a lot of local emergency managers in this room going, I didn't do that. So the question is, like, I have a group that we meet with all of our service providers every month, whether that's transportation, area agency on aging, human services. Some of them are here at this table. We meet every month so that I have that subject matter expertise in the EOC when I do have to activate. But I want to just put this out there. My plans cannot possibly cover what 60 million people are going to need, right? My plans can't possibly address everything that might happen. So how do we start a conversation that says we want to understand more about where you're coming from, but how can we plan so that you have a plan too? Because I don't know how to prevent the nursing home thing from happening. I don't know how to make it happen. I don't know how to prevent it from happening. So that's where I want to start.
This is Billy speaking. It's a lovely question and thank you for bringing that up. We had a scenario out in the Midwest who the person had significant disability, was placed in a nursing home. But when the situation was resolved and done with, she could not check out. She couldn't go back to her place. So that was a one-way ticket for her. And we had to go through a whole bunch of hurdles and obstacles just to get her back out and back in the home where she used to be at. Because the people are saying the providers are the one who decided, no, she doesn't need to go. She's fine right here. But she, the person, wanted to get the hell out of there and get back home. So be mindful when you take action, something like that. And that's a very good one. And I'm thinking, yeah, for the emergency manager down there.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. I was just gonna say, go ahead.
Oh, okay, sorry. But anyway, so you have the second part is the authority in there. How and who do we go about that? Valid question, and that's why we're here. I'm gonna try to help out with that. If you guys are not too sure about that, let us work with you. If you have agencies like the SILD, you might have some other agencies in the area who work with people with disabilities can help answer that. And that's kind of like an authority figure right there and know what the best way to do it to prevent any liability on your entity that you're involved with.
We have an online chat.
I'm sorry. Can you please stick there.
I wanted to say something about that too.
It's Curtis.
Right. So just real quick on that, and usually in that situation, it's the supports. So you gotta realize, I ran a summer day camp for 15 years that was truly inclusive because the city of Denver couldn't do personal needs care. So what we did is we contracted out to Denver Public Schools to their paras, and we did that for a long time and a lot of kids. But it's always the support. You hear the schools say the same thing, you know, why kids are the way they are and different things. It's because the supports aren't there. So as local emergency managers is figuring that out. So like, you know that you can get money from FEMA, right? Maybe, right? Most of the time or something, a funding source. And I think this is what you need to take back to your community leaders too, not just you as planners, but you know, to get resources. But so the FEMA money could be there and you get it, but an organization like ours or a service provider, they have budgets and they have to cover costs. So to be able to set up agreements and relationships before anything ever happens, I think is really, really the key. Does that kind of, yeah, help? Right. So like Atlantis is going to do an MOU with a memorandum of understanding. Sorry. See, I forget them too. We're going to do one of those so that we can be a partner in their DOC, and I always forget what DOC is. Who can help me? Yeah, Operations Command when they open Mass Care Center, you know, so that I can advise. I can go and, you know, we don't have any money. We're all grant and federal funding, and we're all like you. I work for the city government. I know you don't have money, so yeah.
Let me bring up Drew has one here for an online question, I believe.
Yeah, so we have an online chat question. The question is from Jim House with CIEP. The question is, how do we prepare for temporary disruptions in our access to information and communications that requires technology?
Would you mind clarify that again one more time? I missed part of it.
Sure. Of course, my phone decided to. I just need to do two things at once here. So the question is, how do we prepare for temporary disruptions in our access to information and to information and communications that require technology? Yeah.
Thank you for that. Technology is something my IL center does do a lot of it because we're in such a rural area. We depend on technology a lot. I hope I got the microphone close enough. And I have to reach out to people. So there's a lot of new technology now. There was a name that was brought up by Michael Houston, who mentioned a woman named Julia Beams. Julia Beams from right over here in a back area right there, which is the assistive technology area, has all the samples on the tables that are out there and also has an online resource list out there to show how to overcome that barrier that we talked about that. Good.
You have another comment, but I'll take it from first and closer to the comment.
Sure. Thank you. Can you please state your name and your?
Hi, I'm Allison Butler. I'm from the City and County of Denver Division of Disability Rights. Sorry, I'm extremely challenged with the different noises here, so I'm trying to focus. I'm saying I'm having a lot of trouble. Like it's really challenging because there's really loud speaking behind us. So I'm trying to stay focused and get this out. So I guess what I'm trying to understand is the best way for us to use SILS and maybe kind of going to your question. We go to the Emergency Operations Center. We are the AFN folks in the EOC. Should we be having connections with SILS and other groups so that when we go in, we can say, hey, we're opening these temporary shelters. You need to connect with Atlantis to make sure that, you know, we have appropriate places for people and they don't have to go to nursing homes. I mean, is that the best way that we should be connecting with SILS and other groups?
And before the disaster ever happens. Yeah. Yep. And we may not, the one thing, we may not have the immediate answer, but usually we can connect you with somebody who does. I know recently we were asked some of the sheltering in Denver that, you know, the migrant folks, the non-English speaking families that have moved, that were forced to move here from Texas and whatever countries. Anyway, there was an individual who needed a wheelchair. And we just, like the day before, I got a call from somebody that said they wanted to donate a wheelchair. Just little things like that. You know, we had another person. One of the things that we do is referrals, information referral. So we have a staff person that does that. Another person had a medical issue that was a Spanish speaker only and had some problems with one of his feet. So our referral person was able to refer them to another organization that dealt with the language barriers and was able to connect them with medical information and resources. So a lot of little things. So we do a lot of that.
Was that, were you able to hear that okay? Okay, so I want to make sure on that. I have another question over here. So if you don't mind speaking your name and pronoun.
Hi, my name is Sarita Reddy, and I direct an organization in Greeley, Colorado. We support people with brain injuries. And one of the things that I would offer is that, you know, we were just told there are 9 SILs in Colorado, right? And all disasters and all emergencies are very local. So and yesterday, those of us that were at the pre-conference heard a lot over and over again that, you know, you're on your own until whatever. And so we really need to develop capacity locally and in our own communities. And something that I would offer is that we are this is my colleague, Chris Montoya. And the reason we're here is because we are focusing on what do we do for the people we support. You know, I know a few people at your table. I mean, you know, Nicole knows that we try really hard to make sure that the folks that we support, who are people who need, who have access and functional needs, are well served in all aspects of their life, including like if there's a disaster, what do we do? And so I would say, like, if you could invite us to the table to kind of plan with you and also provide perhaps some technical assistance. We feel completely at sea with this planning for disasters piece. That is not our wheelhouse. And so if the emergency managers in the county, in the city could come, you know, could open the door to planning with us. So what happens to our folks? We've got 20 right now. We're getting ready to have more than twice that very shortly. And so what can we do? How can we be a resource? And not just for our folks, but then there are others. We've got the organization Envision in our county, which supports a whole host of people. If you could do some planning with us, I'll bet you anything it would translate into some stuff that you could also work with Envision. And so I'm just saying that there are resources beyond the SILs as well. I love what the SILs can do, but I think there are others, those of us, and we are providers, and we might be one of those providers that ends up sending someone to a shelter that ends up getting sent to a nursing home. But that's because we don't have capacity to do anything because the power's off, oxygen's out, all of these things have happened to us. And so we're trying to do the best we can in the last minute. And we're trying to stave off that by doing some planning. We'd love to do it with y'all.
I'd like to ask a question on there. You guys are, you said you're in the Greeley area, right? Do you guys have your disaster, your counselors who are disaster prepared or crisis counseling skilled background, anything of that kind of background? Of crisis counseling in terms of disaster and emergencies? And for mental health folks, and do you have any of that background there?
So we personally do not have, we've got an organization in the Greeley-Weld County area, North Range, that is in the behavioral health space. We have close connections with them. We really try hard to build partnerships with all kinds of folks, because we can't be all things to all people, even the people that we serve, and we don't want to be that. We are a bridging organization that connects our folks with people in the county and or the city or whoever. And so we're trying to figure out what all the resources are. So that was kind of what I was saying was, let's work together and kind of do something practical so that we can all feel more comfortable.
Definitely. This is Billy speaking. Let's definitely connect after the session's over. I have a person who is asking an online question over here. We got about 4 minutes left. So
This is an online comment, and it's from Daryl, who's one of our, I believe, Alaskan partners. It goes back to that discussion we were having earlier on funding. There's a little bit of a delay here when it comes to chats. The challenge comes between local versus federal funding streams, not just FEMA reimbursement, but housing and human services or other sources based on the emergency. So, basically, he's saying depending on the situation and the emergency, there's definitely other funding sources besides just local and federal and FEMA there. So.
Billy, since we only got a couple minutes here, so the reciprocal is true too. If you need to push out information, we're a good source. We might know her organization or others, or, we serve people on a daily basis. We have email lists. I have a emergency text system that we use. So you can use that too, like awareness, trainings, self-reliance. I just think preparedness, individual level, meets what our goals are as independent living organizations, teaching people those skills, because that's one of the things we do. That, hey, realistically, I was born from nobody's coming for at least a while, if it's a big thing, right? And we all know that's really the capabilities that they might not. So being self-reliant and having your own personal plans, so you can help us push that information to us so we can push it out to people too. And if you get on the resource list on the app, I hope everybody's got the app, right, on their phone. We have a map on there nationally so that you can click on that state and find the Center for Independent Living in your state and your county and, closest to you. And there's also a link to Atlantis, and there's also a link specifically to Colorado to find those centers. And you think Billy created that. So
it's also a national one. So I want to ask you guys a question before. So we gotta stop right now. We gotta stop in a minute. So one question I have: can you show me a hand who have already worked with people with disabilities or agencies that work with disabilities in your planning process? Sweet news. Keep your hand up. Thank you so much for that. So I applaud you guys. I'm hoping the remainder of the population that's in our group can report back to us next year and raise that hand too and answer that question. If you guys still have questions and not too sure about it, please check in with us and we'll be in touch with you. So I think we have to wrap up right now on this. So I do thank you. We thank you for being with us here.
hopefully this is beneficial.
Facilitators, thank you for rotating to the next group. Thank you to everybody who, again, for your patience, for your sort of attention. We know it's a challenging environment, not unlike a disaster environment. But we hope that you will sort of continue to
engage with the next conversation that's happening in your group. And as the facilitators move, again, an invitation, change your posture, stand up for a second if you need to just help brain and body reset. I know it's the afternoon. And if you stick, I don't know if we're still sticking pretty close to the X here for.
You have to rein me back in if I start walking
No
around,
worries.
because I tend to just start pacing.
Are you the new facilitator here?
I am.
Excellent. I'm Drew. So
Drew.
I'm gonna
I
be
think I met you last year.
probably, or you, yeah, we've met before. Probably the emergency management conference, maybe. I'm gonna be relaying like chat stuff to you.
Okay.
Is what I'll be doing. So like they'll get chats in and I'll be like. So if I'm raising my hand, there's some chat. If I'm trying to get in, there's some kind of chat. So.
Okay, where are you gonna be at? Right here? Okay, cool. I hope that was. We're good to go, I think. How's everyone feeling? All right, well, y'all are getting the second version of this, so hopefully it'll be a little bit better than the first one over there. No, I'm just kidding. Thank you all for joining this interactive session. As I mentioned on stage earlier, my name's Casey Harlos. I'm the vice chair of Colorado's voluntary organizations, Active in Disaster. So that's a lot of words. Acronym is COVOAD. We are a network or coalition of nonprofits that are working statewide to be able to support a disaster before preparing with county emergency managers, the state emergency operations center, and our nonprofits, whether it's local governments and non-government agencies. Our goal is to really work to coordinate and align efforts. So that way we're prepared for that disaster. And then also once it hits, we have those status meetings and update meetings every single day to make sure we continue to share out what's happening in the disaster, who's doing what, how can we make sure that aligned efforts are happening? And then also what are gaps in resources? What are the needs that we're not able to address right now? And then how can we brainstorm and work together to really meet those? So I know that's a lot. After talking about COVOAD, I'm going to ask you all, what do you know about COVOAD? Or what do you know about maybe a local or regional VOAD that might be in your area that I haven't shared just now that might be a little bit more or different than what I have shared? Anybody? Any takers? Nothing? Okay. Anybody else familiar with VOAD? Yes. All right.
Hi there, I'm Ricardo. I'm with Larimer OEM, but I know that Larimer VOAD is revitalizing. They've had a lot of work with Cameron Peak Fire and then a few other disasters, but they're trying to see how they can be more long-term. Just be able to build capacity long-term and see how we can work with them. But I know they're pulling together partners, and I'm curious to see kind of what work they do with Colorado VOAD too. So I don't know if you might have.
No, that is a really great example. So Larimer's VOAD is a regional VOAD. We work very closely with their team. I know Lauren Leary's out, but that was somebody that was leading some of that work. They are still leading Cameron Peak Fire long-term recovery, right? Efforts are still happening today. So when it comes to COADs, which is like at the community level, that could be within a town or a small city, to regional VOADs, which maybe is multiple counties or covering a larger county. And then Colorado VOAD is that statewide network. So we try and meet with local COADs and regional VOADs at least once a quarter to try and just check in and see how things are going, see if there are any gaps or ways that we can support them, and vice versa. They let us know what's going on, what they're working on, what they're doing. So that way, again, we all stay connected as VOADs. When it comes to Colorado VOAD supports, when we are like, what do we do here? what is a different resource that we're not thinking about or a gap that we can't figure out together, then we also have a national VOAD network that we can reach out to. And that is state to state. So that way we can access and say, okay, what are other resources that are on a national level that we might be able to activate or reach out to also come and help us.
So this kind of fits right into what you were just talking from online. There were a couple comments. One was they were quickly talking online about the VOAD conference, the National VOAD conference last year, and they said it's terrific. But then they went into, somebody asked a question, this is Sue Wolf Fordham, asked a question, let's see, what is the relationship between VOAD, CERT, and MRC? MRC.
Medical reserve work.
So I think,
is
and
MRC.
also here, do you want to, are there acronyms for those? County, yeah. You got it? Does anybody know the acronym for CERT or for CR?
Community Emergency Response Team is CERT.
Right, okay.
And Medical Reserve.
Yes.
Corps is MRC.
Awesome. Really great questions. So we are working alongside all agencies. I think when it comes to FEMA and CERT and different trainings, we do offer different training options. So that's also something you can reach out to your local, county, regional, or us, and we can guide you to different resources available for trainings and to connect you just to those different supports.
Can I ask a follow-up? So I'm working in.
Sorry, sort of same comment. Outside of Denver in the Front Range, and it may be Larimer as well, because you guys have had your share of fires and disasters. There are very few other counties that have COADs. There really aren't any other regional VOADs. I think we need to be realistic that it's a very, very difficult thing to build before the disaster. So what I would say is that in place of that, I co-opted this community network group that met every month of service providers. And I pretty much showed up and said, by the way, you guys are going to be my long-term recovery group, because that's kind of what happens, right? But I think where community emergency response teams, that's CERT and the Medical Reserve Corps, I put this challenge out there. If you have one that's functioning and you have one that's functional and deployable, come talk to me, because I have yet to see it happen in a real way outside of Los Angeles, New York, New Jersey, a couple places. There was one in Phoenix for a while, but we train them. We have it comes back to the same thing. I am one emergency manager, one for my area. There's maybe one or two or three at the county level. County is these guys, one. And that's everything an emergency manager has to do. So for us, it's just really unrealistic to say, oh, and by the way, you're going to go do this too. Right. So the funding is an issue. I'm glad to know that Colorado VOAD is there and that I have a deep Rolodex, and I can call you if you guys, some of you don't know what that is. Contacts in my phone, and I can call you and say, hey, this is what I need. And I know that I'm going to get help during the disaster. But beforehand, it's just another thing to do. I know I'm kind of a downer today. I apologize, but I really want to bring out some of the issues too, not just let's pretend that everything's fine, because we know everything's not fine. And I do not pretend, if you guys know me at all. So sorry, Mary Garner, emergency manager for 3 small towns at the southwest corner of Weld County.
I come from Oklahoma. My name is Elizabeth Billingsley. I'm from Oklahoma City County Health Department. My pronouns are she, her. I have something to tag on to what you just said. The MRC tends to be housed in public health. Now, I don't know if you have an active MRC in your group of counties or not, because that would have been the go-to. I was going to say you can partner with them through public health, but that's one of the big things that we do in Oklahoma County. We partner with our other organizations within VOAD, within our FAST team, through public health. That's how we do our local Medical Reserve Corps, as well as our state MRC. So if you're not connected in with public health, that's a good partner to have for MRC.
Thank you all very much. We've got all the hands now.
Hi, I'm Connor. I'm with Larimer County Public Health. Veronica Moody, who is the unit lead for the Colorado, technically it's Rocky Mountain MRC. Their primary region is Denver City County and the 10 counties around them. Not sure which ones specifically those are, but I just learned that as with most MRCs and CERT, those funding came from FEMA programs and are either funded from that or from grants, such as through NACHA, which is like the Public Health Association for the country. Pretty much, we don't have that here. And actually, since they are usually federal dollars, that means the MRC or CERT is tied to a government housing agency, usually emergency management agency for CERT, MRC for public health. And I also come from Kansas City, and that's how we had it there too. Basically, and that threw you into a loop because that means since it was technically part of I had a government agency facilitator. That means if you wanted to request them out of jurisdiction, you had to basically do mutual aid. And it kind of threw you through a loop. But in Colorado, sorry, this won't help in Oklahoma, but they don't have they don't have a government partner. They're their own 501c3 organization, which means our MRC apparently can, like even in Larimer and Weld, even though they don't primarily serve our jurisdiction, we can put a request into them and they can come out with us. Because of that, they have their own liability insurance. And we don't have to go through mutual aid channels. It would be going through the state VOAD. We would just have to put a general request in, which I found on the public health side would make it a lot easier, because you just have to put a call in for volunteers, tell them what they do, provide just-in-time training, but you don't have to have those additional, at least here in Colorado, those issues of funding, government bureaucracy, stuff like that. Yeah, so that's kind of MRC. Again, like I would mention on Hersey, we don't have a lot of functional ones here in Colorado at all, other than the Denver one. And that pretty much, they have an acupuncture team, general medical volunteers, and a veterinarian team. They're one of the exhibitors out back. And we can put a request into them, but as with other MRCs throughout the country, that's not how as it would go. But yeah.
I thought I saw another hand a minute ago. No. All right. So when it comes to VOADs, any other questions? You guys are pretty quiet back there. You look like county emergency managers. Just calling you out. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm kind of new to all of this, so I don't know if this is too simple of a question, but in terms of VOAD and your scope, are you is your organization built around serving folks with any sort of need and any accessibility need or service need, or is there a specific niche that specific population that y'all try to serve?
Really great question. So I'm going to start with saying we're not necessarily a full nonprofit or organization. The goal is that we're really a network. So I like to say we're a glorified book club, to be honest. Our goal is really to bring tons of organizations, everyone that is supporting disaster, whether it's before, during, or after, together. To many people's points and comments that have been made, yes, during or before a disaster, it is hard to get people to show up and to start talking about preparing. So we may not get quite as many people showing up at our monthly meetings as we do when a disaster hits, and we have those daily status meetings like I was sharing. We do also have a quarterly meeting where we offer lunch, and it's more of a full day thing, whether you're a member or just a partner or someone interested, come to it. You can go to covoad.org for all of our just basic information, to join our newsletter, anything like that. And then we do have updated pages when there is a disaster. So if there's a statewide or a disaster that's covering multiple counties, we typically are going to put a one-pager up that really explains a basic status and understanding of what that disaster is, and also organizations that are ready, that might be able to support things like volunteer management, donations management. Yael hasn't come over here to talk about 211. 211 is a nice connector for resources. So whether it's an unmet need or something that you're recognizing in your area, that's also a resource and a member of Colorado VOAD. So again, we work really close to Sadie's team at the state level of access and functional needs to try and recognize what are the needs of that community or those that have been impacted by that disaster. And then we have a network of organizations that we're then reaching out to that we can activate. So COVOAD doesn't necessarily activate, but we can work with our members and our members are activating, and then we're able to share that information on. Does that help? I wouldn't say important, but they may be more activated or yes, at the front of mind or at the front lines. Examples of that, I could say Lutheran Family Services has stepped up in the past, like for Marshall Fire. They then really stepped in to support and help lead case management. They are a COVOAD member. We were working together with Boulder OEM to try and identify and help to support and figure out what agency would be able to take that on, and also talking to the agency separately and making sure that they're comfortable with that and kind of streamlining that communication. So that's one example of many. Marshall Fire, another one would be Spark the Change, is another Colorado VOAD member. They took on voluntary management. So any volunteer needs, they were able to figure out the needs, and then they were also able to really connect with volunteers to help bridge that gap. So those are just two examples of different organizations that have stepped up during disaster, and then Colorado VOAD really makes that connection to figure out and kind of streamline those processes for response. Other questions?
I was gonna say, this is just a comment from online, and it has to do with all of the acronyms that we always talk in regarding, I mean, and that's emergency management and FEMA and others, you know, overall, just the fact that with all of the interpretations of different acronyms going around, it can be problematic.
I could not agree more. I would say, to be honest, and I know this is not what we're talking about, the topic, but myself in background, I came back right before the pandemic from doing Peace Corps in Panama on the border of Colombia. Wasn't in emergency management before. So coming in just straight into COVID-19, Mile High United Way and 211 really shifted to support disasters and stepped up for the state of Colorado. And I hit all of those acronyms at once. So I am still learning all of the acronyms when it comes to disaster response and all of our emergency management processes. And it is a lot. It is a lot for sure. Any other last questions or comments? I do. Will you come find me after this? Because I did not bring them with me for this interactive sessions. Also, if y'all have any other questions or want to connect, I can just, like, while we're here, get you added to our newsletter, get your email from you, and then go ahead and pass you my information. I'm sorry I didn't bring any cards over here, but come and find me, please. And I can definitely do that. Awesome. Thank you all so much.
All right, everyone. We have one more rotation, so everybody gets to talk with your final facilitator or facilitator team. So let's give everybody sort of that 2 or 3 minute passing period. Big thank you again for making it through the afternoon. And we really appreciate the good discussions that are coming out of this. All right. I think our facilitators have reached our new location. We will go ahead and as everybody gets settled one more time, get started with sort of this final interactive session. Please enjoy the conversations.
Thank you. Sorry. Okay. Can everybody hear me okay? I know that was kind of a song. All right.
We can hear
All
you.
right. Hi, everyone. My name is Yael Holzman Castellans. I'm the Disaster Response and Business Continuity Manager with Mile High United Way in 211 Colorado. I know I had a kind of a, oh. Yes. Yael Holzman Castellans. And I'm the Disaster Response and Business Continuity Manager at Mile High United Way in 211 Colorado. I know I mentioned this earlier, but is anybody familiar with 211 Colorado? And is anybody not familiar with 211 Colorado? I'm going to pretend that I did see a hand, but it's so great that all of you are so familiar with us. So 211, just to back up, 211 Colorado is a help center. Folks can call in dialing those 3-digit numbers 211 and get support from our team of navigators. And our goal is to just provide resources in that real time to themselves and their local community. So you can chat, text, or call us to get access to those resources. And I know I mentioned this on stage earlier, but some of those resources include shelter, food, rental assistance. COVID-19 assistance was definitely and still is one of those big resources that we do provide. And then with disaster response, because I have disaster response in my name or in my title. So that's kind of where I come into the entire team, is to see how 211 can really support communities and other nonprofit agencies, as well as local and state partners during a disaster. So how can we be that information hub, if you will, during a disaster? So that can look like a number of things. I know I mentioned, again, resources that on stage of resources that we can provide during disasters. But we can also be that information piece too. Folks will call in when there is a disaster and we can connect them in real time to places that they should go, places that they need to connect to get that support. A good example, I guess, too, of like a direct support is transportation. That can be a really big one during a disaster. So somebody might not have their car anymore, or they might not be able to get to the bus anymore, or they might not have that friend or family member that's able to drive them. So we're able to provide Lyft rides for folks for a number of like reasons. And that can also include going to a disaster assistance center. For folks who are familiar with the Marshall Fire, that's something that we were able to provide. For folks who were not able to get to the Marshall Fire Disaster Assistance Center that was set up in Boulder County, we were able to provide rides there. So it's just items like that that we're able to provide. So within that too, and I know, sorry, this is a long spiel, if you will, but our disaster response program is really, the idea is to connect with other agencies to make sure that you're in our database when there is a disaster, and that we can connect folks who are calling in to those agencies in a time of need. And that's also building relationships with Office of Emergency Managers too. So when there is a disaster in your local county, we can help be that providing support call center. Any questions before I go into our activity? Yes. And sorry, Kim is being so nice.
So you mentioned like being able to give rides to disaster assistance centers, but if we're in an incident where phone lines are down, there's no power, and the normal text, call, or chat people can access, do you guys provide a response team too that we can put into our own disaster assistance center or evacuation location, like physically, if people can't reach out to through normal modes?
So I'm going to give probably a weird answer, but yes. So if folks are not able to, like, let's say folks are not able to call in, in the past, and it really is dependent on the disaster, I would say. So again, I'm going to use examples, but for the Marshall Fire, we had 211 navigators at the Disaster Assistance Center providing resources in real time. So we had folks sit down. So that's also where I come in, is provide those trainings to the navigators. You know, because we are a team that's usually online and getting those calls virtually, if you will. And that's really something that we're trying to build out within our program, is how to work with folks one-on-one, how to do that in person, and also how to be trauma informed. Someone's just gone through a disaster. How do we make sure that we're serving their best needs while also being sensitive and really understanding of things that they need? So yes, but it is dependent on the disaster, which is like the weird part. And it's also just a relationship too. So if we want to make sure that we want to be asked to go too. So we will go if there is a need, and if we are needed to, if that makes sense. Yes. Any other questions before we go into the activity? All right. So this activity is really just to make y'all think about some of the resources that we have in our database in general. I know you all are familiar with 211, but this is just something we can think about, just daily resources that we do give out, and then also things that we can think about during a disaster, and resources that we can provide during disaster. So thank you. No, I know it's like crumpled. All right. So the example is, so I'm a client who's calling in. I live in Greeley, Weld County, Colorado. And I just removed myself and my child out of a domestic violence situation, and I'm trying to start fresh. I have a job and my friend can continue to watch my kid. I need to start looking for housing, as I can only stay with her for another week or so before I need to find somewhere else to go. What resource in my area are there to help me reach independence? So does anybody have any thoughts on resources that we could provide this client? Yes. Sorry, there's a lag.
So I love this question because I used to work domestic violence, sexual assault. So every county or region has an organization that actually does help them set up for housing, or at least temporary housing, and even possibly travel vouchers to get to a better location where they can find housing. So there are a lot of resources directly through VAWA, or Victims Against Victims Advocacy. Help me out here with that one. It's been a little bit. But there are resources there, as well as through Human Services if they qualify based on what job they have. And then, you know, we can reach out from there to try to fill some of those gaps with other resources as well.
Yes. I'll run. Great answer. Yeah. So that's like one of the many things like, and that's a great example of like connecting with partners and knowing that like on a county level, that's something that is within our state too. And I would say just to get more specific too, like we have an emergency shelter for families. So that's something that's like just right off the top, if we are searching for that, our navigator knows like, okay, this person has a child. How do we get them connected to a shelter or short-term to then long-term housing? And I would say also our navigators are trained to really think not just the first step, but the second and third step too. So yes, they might need short-term housing, but how do we get them to that long-term housing? How do we get them maybe that housing assistance or that rental assistance later on too? We can go to the next one, I guess. Sorry. Okay. Okay. The next one is my car broke down and I don't have the money to get it fixed yet. I will need about 2 more paychecks from my job in order to pay for it. I live in Denver County. What resources are available to help me get transportation in the meantime? Does anybody have a thought? RTD. Any other thoughts? That was a great one too. Yes. Awesome. All right. So many answers. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, so I would say RTD is a good one. So some of the resources that we have in our database for transportation, we can connect with agencies and connect folks to bus fare. And then I've mentioned it a few times too, but we do also have our Lyft program. So that's a free direct service where we're able to provide Lyft rides for folks who are trying to get to a job interview. They need to get to a medical appointment. Maybe they need to apply for benefits such as SNAP. So items kind of like that. And then I mentioned this earlier, but we also can provide them during disasters. So if folks are not able to have a vehicle or they don't have one anymore, we're able to connect them to a Lyft ride. And the point of this really, Lyft is just a temporary solution. We want to get folks connected to long-term resources because we want them to be sustainable. So ultimately, we are also providing them to long-term transportation resources. There are agencies that do provide rides that can be long-term if it's just for medical appointments or getting them connected to workforce development agencies and seeing how they can get connected to rides. Yes.
Were you involved in the most response and recovery last year?
Yes, somewhat. So Casey, my counterpart who's over there who just talked to y'all, she was involved in Marshall Fire and I was at United Way, just not on the team yet.
So I just wanted to share a quick story of an equity thing using Lyft because you mentioned Lyft that we did for survivors for that disaster. You guys had a volunteer donations management. I think there was a Nordstrom's at Flatirons Mall, I think it is right there. And they converted that Nordstrom's upstairs and downstairs for receiving all kinds of donations, household goods, yard goods, clothing, what have you. They had a whole staff that categorized it and stuff. And then the upstairs was, I think upstairs was the stores, downstairs was like the store, and people who were impacted could come in and get things that they needed, right? Well, there were some folks, and Lyft would give you a ride to the store and back home. But there were people who couldn't leave their home for whatever reason, medical, whatever the case may be. So how many of you are aware that grocery stores, you can put in a list at King Supers or whatever and say, please pick these groceries for me. I'm going to drive over, throw it in my trunk. They also can deliver it to your home. Uber Eats. Uber Eats. So Lyft, I'm like, why don't we have a pick list of items, a menu, given to those that are not able to come to a location, and then you to be a deliverable to bring them resources that they otherwise might not be able to get. So that was sort of an equitable sidebar thing that we tried to do. It was a lot of work because there was a lot of moving pieces, but it's just an idea of how to think outside the box. When you're using resources like what she's thinking about Lyft or other kinds of things, how can I get more out of that rather than just a Lyft ride?
Thank you. Yes. And I think that just like jogged my memory too. There's also like foods. We also have food delivery programs too. So just thinking about the Lyft and food piece. So again, long-term solutions or like long-term goals is to make our clients as sustainable as possible. And that's connecting them to, grocery delivery programs or other volunteer programs too, that are able to help them get groceries if they are not able to leave the house. So Lyft is like one of the many direct programs that we have, but we do provide more of those indirect resources as well. Yes.
So as a follow-on, I was wondering if Lyft is aware that they were doing good things. Could maybe the corporate office do something like private sector and do a donations and be supportive, like we'll give you better vehicles, we'll give you bigger vehicles, we'll give you vans, we'll help you coordinate the right kind of resource for the right kind of job. Maybe that's the driving conversation of bringing new people to the table that aren't traditionally part of the table or part of the planning table.
Definitely. Yes.
So I have a comment for this discussion, and then I have a comment for after this discussion, like when you're swapping. So the comment for this discussion, and this is from Abby Baker, who's up in the Northwest Colorado. There are so many of these resources mentioned that are just not available to rural communities. How would you approach those in communities that don't provide that? And, you know, I'm talking about Lyft and stuff like that. There is not a Lyft or Uber vehicle in my county, you know, so I can actually feel that, you know, directly where it just doesn't exist in the rural areas of Colorado, and our grocery stores definitely do not deliver.
Yes, a really good question. Thank you, Abby, in the chat. Yeah, so that's definitely something I think that we're always working to do is really build those partnerships with agencies too. So yes, if there isn't Lyft in that area, which is, I mean, Lyft is in like a lot of like metropolitan areas, but if you are in like rural or metro or the mountainous areas, sometimes there's not a Lyft. So that's where 211 would love to build continuous relationships with agencies that might have those transportation resources. So we're always looking to build that too. I'd love to drop my email in the chat because I would love to be able to connect you all with our data quality team. We have an entire team that's dedicated to working with agencies and putting their resources into our database. And part of that role too is also doing that outreach. What are we missing? Who are we not meeting? Who are we not getting resources to? I know transportation is probably one of the biggest ones too, disaster or not. That can be a huge hurdle. So it's how do we make sure that we're reaching out to those agencies and also connecting them to some of the other resources we have in 211. And we also, that's like sometimes where we also have a really good relationship with our callers. Sometimes our callers will say like, hey, there's this resource that I know about that is not in this data in the database. Can we get it added? And that's where our team will go and reach out to the agency and make sure that we get that in our database. We do have a really solid process of getting agencies into the database. So we have a lot of guidelines for them to get included into the database, and then they do an annual review. So it's updated annually to make sure that those resources are up to date, but also we have more I would say communicative, like we have more communication amongst agencies, especially when resources change. I know during COVID, resources were changing daily. So that's something where we were working with the state to make sure that all those resources that we had in our database were up to date all the time, because folks are calling in to get that accurate information. And then was there another question, or was that for the next one? Okay, yes, yeah. Okay, are there any other questions for that? I'm giving very long answers. I'm sorry. Okay. Oh, yes.
Yeah, and the reason I was waiting is with chat, there's kind of a delay. So this is actually going back to the domestic violence topic. There were just two comments. Oh, there we go. There were just two comments. One was in Oregon, they have a domestic violence coalition that they sometimes use. Also with that comment, they talked about emergency shelters and domestic violence workers who will help housing individuals, children, and pets in those situations. And there was another comment that just brought up paratransit as another resource potentially in that situation.
I love that. Thank you to the individual that posted that in the chat. See, these are resources and things that like we would love to know. Obviously, we're always looking to update our database, but that's also where we look to our partner agencies, our friends, our local community to make sure that we get all those resources into our database, because we want to make sure that we're still continuing providing support to folks who are calling in. Any questions on that or? Awesome. And I don't know how much time we have, but I think we'll do one more. Yes. Okay. And this is when I'll kind of relate back to something that we also did. But so this person called in and they said, I live in Colorado Springs and I need my eyeglasses replaced as they were broken / lost in an accident. I don't have the money to replace them and I can't do much without them. What resources are available to help me get them replaced and get back to my everyday life? And I know Gabby maybe mentioned this like right as we started the conference too, but does anybody have like thoughts on resources we could provide this client? Yes.
Like restaurants throw out the day's food. Does LensCrafter throw out the day's glasses? Maybe I could rummage in the trash can. No. But I would think independent living centers have loaner programs, maybe doctor's offices. I remember I went to my doctor's office. They have a cup holder with about 8 different strengths of glasses. That's reading glasses. Prescriptions are a little different.
Definitely. And that's maybe with LensCrafters, maybe a private / public relationship we can get started on. But yeah, like we have resources in our database that are for glasses assistance. So specifically just for glasses or reading glasses, that's something that somebody can call in and get assistance with. I'm going to try and not talk super quick. Oh, I think we're ending soon. If anybody has any questions, I'd love to talk to you afterwards. But again, if you have any resources or agencies that you'd like in our database, I'd love to get connected with you. I'll be here today and tomorrow. So thank you all so much. Appreciate it. And I have business cards. Yes, I would love business cards too. Thank you.
All right, if we'll start returning back to our seats. And if we asked you to move your chairs, you could go ahead and move them back. This is Sadie speaking. For all of you who we asked move your chairs, will you go ahead and move them back to where you were originally sitting? Oh, right there. Here you go. You could just bring the whole thing. Just bring the. All right. If we could all come back to our seats. And if we ask you to move your seat, if you'll bring it back. All right. Just looking, engaging the room. See if everybody's coming back. Oh my goodness. All right. Just get in the queue. Are we all good to go? Everybody's back to their seats. All right. We're going to play another little game. Are you ready? Have you ever been in a place where you could not hear what was going on because there was too much noise? How many? All right. Well, I'm going to let you know the ones who were not affected were the ones online. They did not experience what we experienced in here today. And we made a plan because we wanted to make these interactive groups where we could have a better conversation instead of having a panel up here and only being given information. We wanted you to be able to ask questions. We wanted you to be able to interact with our subject matter experts, and it got scratchy. We made that plan. We worked that plan. All of this stuff that we did, we had a major hack over in that area. And let me tell you, because we had a plan we had a couple of subject matter experts that helped us figure out the noise. And we were able to keep trekking on. We were able to ask a lot of you to please move your chairs and get closer over there. So when we were working the plan, we protected the plan, and you all were part of it. We made the plan, we worked the plan together, and we protected the plan together. But we could not experience it if we would have protected you all from that frustration of not being able to hear that.
And Sadie, this reminds me of this is Amy. It reminds me of the inclusion practices that we started the day with, this idea that we want to focus on solutions rather than admiring the problems. Thanks for managing the problem with us as we thought about what would be sort of immediate solutions and what could be a longer term conversation. And I think that the problem or the thing that our goal was how do we dive deeper? How do we get to have more specific conversations about particular partners, particular resources, particular topics, and the recognition that when it's in a shared space that comes with complications, invites us to say, what are the solutions to those complications moving forward?
And I will let you know that assistive technology actually got used because people were having a hard time hearing what was going around, with all the information going around. Well, when you were using the portable loop system, it started drowning out all of that other all of that other noise that was happening. So just so you know, you don't have to be losing your hearing or going deaf to be able to utilize that universal resource for in order to function. I want to also say that welcome to that full scale exercise. We all did it together. So I just want to thank you all for your grace in that. We all had to feel that because that's how we learn, right? If we're learning from each other, we don't know what we don't know, and we all experienced that today. And you probably are able to see how much work goes into this. We have the back our AV partners here. Last year we trained him, we piloted this out, and this year he wobbled really good, and we didn't have any glitches, and it came to hybrid. So this year we asked you all to be part of this and feel it scratchy and see what all goes into this, and understand we didn't give up. We didn't stop because it was too hard. We all came together and you all wobbled with us when I asked you to get scratchy and move with it. When I asked our team over here I stopped having to help with that group over there because they got trained just in time, and they worked that plan, and it started flowing the way it should be. And so again, we all are in this together, and we don't know what we don't know until we go through it together. So with that, back to you and Mike.
So yes, thank you
Thank you,
all so
Sadie.
much
Thank you.
for your participation. Thank you. Let's just give the facilitators of each group one more big round of applause from everybody. I hope this, again, amidst whatever challenges there were, I hope there were really good sort of thoughtful processes, thoughtful insights that came out of that. We're looking forward to like whatever aha moments you may have captured in either your start, stop, continue, change, or I want to share this with somebody else. But with that, we are going to have one more break. Again, big reset. That was a lot of energy in the room. So please go step outside. It's gorgeous. Or take about a 15-minute break. We will be coming back for a final Ignite session. And we look forward to sort of rounding out today's agenda with that. So we will see you back here at about 4:05.
Somebody's will get that connected. Yeah. But the basic form is expired. It's not actually, you just have 4 presenters that are the one by that.
Sounds good. And they'll be able to see those right there.
Yep.
Right?
Yep. And
Um,
Zoom in.
Okay, and Han and Nara
Yes.
are may also have a college that is.
Okay, perfect. And here, so that.
I will do my best to connect, or if you want to go speak with Han about that, that would be great. Hi, everyone. This is your final 2-minute warning of our activities today. So in about 2 minutes, we'll get started. Thanks for coming back into the conference space or rejoining us online.
Yep. No. This one.
I'm happy to. I think these are just, again, the quick introductions of.
Okay, I can do it.
Okay.
So if you want to stay up here with me.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm gonna get my paper and
No,
everything.
this is fine. Yeah. So I'll give a quick introduction to just the Ignite format. Oh, these are closing remarks, though. I think we're further, we're back on the first day. Oh, yes. So one. Yeah, so I think.
Oh, this is the one I'm doing. Hello. Then are you gonna?
Yeah. No, I was gonna say the same.
Do you want to do the thank you at the end? So like after I read this. and
Oh,
then you
yep,
gotta-
I'll take that part. Yep.
Okay.
Welcome back, everybody. As we round out our first day of this conference, we are going to have a quick set of Ignite sessions. If you've never heard of Ignite before, it's a very brief speaking format where you're invited to take 5 minutes to share a big idea, not to necessarily give a solution, but to like, how do you start to think about this? And for our conference especially, we're excited to talk with 4 different presenters, or rather 5, I believe, but 4 different presentations where the presenters get to give a quick high-level overview of their organization and how maybe they tie to the overarching independence conversation. Supports and services might be getting teased for next year's conference. But again, this is just in the hopes that here at the end of the day, we've got 4 quick ideas that you get to walk away with and maybe ponder a little bit this evening. So I would love to invite the presenters to come up here if we can manage to have folks sitting up here. That'll just help the transitions a little bit more. And I think everybody who's a presenter will have the clicker that can advance their slides. We have all of them lined up and ready to go. So after you've presented, if you'll find the next person who's going to take that, we'll just do very brief introductions of each presenter in between. But this is going to carry us for just about a little bit less than a half hour. And we're really excited to hear these big ideas. I'm going to turn this over to Mike to present our first Ignite presenter.
Thanks, Amy. I'm going to give it a minute. All right, as our presenters are coming up, I just want to start off with these. You just went over it, but I'm going to be repeating because I got a script. My apologies if this is going to follow the Ignite format where each presenter will have 5 minutes to talk about high-level stuff about the organization. What I would like to do is introduce Zubin Bastani and his Ignite titled Attract and Retain Underserved Families. Zubin has over 20 years of experience building partnership and connecting communities. As the founder of Reach Well, REACHWELL, Reach Well, he leads the mission to connect families with resources to build thriving communities. Prior to Reach Well, Zubin served in various leadership positions focused on expanding markets. He also served on a number of boards focused on equity and inclusion, including LEAP, LEAP Partnership, Denver Park Trust, and Casa Emigrante. Zubin holds a Bachelor of Arts from Nebraska Wesleyan University and an MBA from Thunderbird School of Global Management. He loves exploring Denver by bike with his kids, catching a show with his wife, and enjoying our mountains on his bike, skis, or tube. Please welcome Zubin.
Here we go. Okay. 5 minutes. Here we go. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Zubin Bastani. I'm the founder at Reach Well, and Reach Well is really all about empowering underserved families and making sure that they have the resources that they need to be educated, supported, and safe. So my story really begins, my origin story really begins with my parents and my grandparents, all of whom were essentially refugees, both politically and religiously persecuted from Iran and Pakistan. And that was set into me very deeply from a young age that not all of us are granted the privileges that I was granted growing up here in the United States. So that's my dad in the bakery that he was working at a young age. And that's my mom in the house that she landed in India with seven other families. And so Thanksgiving was always about lots of strangers at our Thanksgiving table. So growing up with that in my background, when my kids started school in Denver Public Schools, I recognized that there was an opportunity. Let's see here. Sorry, I'm going to end up going over 5. Okay, when my kids started school in Denver Public Schools, we recognized there was an opportunity to connect families. The school was very economically, linguistically, culturally diverse, and it was obvious the 80-20 rule was at play, that 80% of those families were not prepared. They weren't showing up. This was an expeditionary learning school where they were snowshoeing and going on hikes, and the kids weren't ready. They were showing up in their high tops and jeans when they needed snow pants and moon boots. So we started to peel it back with administration, got introduced to 60 other schools throughout Denver, and began what is now the foundation of Reach Well. Press on this very hard, by the way. Reach Well is a network. It's a community network that helps these families get connected with their education, with nonprofits and their local services. Many of our partners are here today with emergency management. And it's all about inclusivity and removing the barriers that keep families from getting and staying informed. When we look at our partners, we look and see what's going on. How are they communicating? And this is typically what the communication systems look like. Families are confused. They're getting information from multiple different places. So when we get to work with a partner, one idea I present to you is to take an inventory of what that looks like. Sorry, I have used a clicker before. I don't know. Can you advance from the back, please? Thank you. Take an inventory of what's going on in your organization, and then understand which stakeholders you wish to allow to engage with those families. So this is our first step, so that families are getting consistent information, they're getting it reliably, and they're getting it directly from the source, so not to create bottlenecks in that organization. Next slide, please. Next, we need to make sure that we're getting families connected despite all of the hurdles that are faced with them, like being undocumented, non-citizens, unregistered, not trusting government agencies. Sound familiar? Migrant families with language challenges, literacy challenges, technology, and I can't see my last one, but I'll get to it. Next slide. Great. So with our undocumented, unregistered families, we know that they're never going to share personal information in order to get basic levels of information. In addition, they're not going to allow their location to be tracked. And if they're going to access information, it needs to be accessed anonymously, like a website. So next slide, please. We designed a system and a tool where we want to grant access first and then verify second. So we're not asking people to log in and create usernames, passwords, email addresses, just to access a website, are we? So why are we doing this when we want to notify families as well? So with the ReachWell app, families can simply download this. They get to set their own language and choose which organizations they wish to follow and receive messages from. We call those channels. Those channels might be things like schools, the nonprofits that are designed to support them, or the emergency managers who are delivering imminent threat to life notifications in their language. Next slide. The families aren't required to create usernames, passwords, emails, phone numbers, or provide any personally identifiable information in order to get publicly available information. So we looked at access first, verification second. Next slide. In addition to that, with our language translation tool, we looked at language justice as a primary means in which we wanted to deliver this information. This meant no matter what language you choose to receive information in, that formatting ought to be retained, those headers, the bullets, the pictures. It's not okay to send the translated version in plain text with all the formatting stripped out. So we put a lot of effort into that. And then we also wanted to ensure that the families were able to always chat in their own language. So you're always sending and receiving in your own language to stay connected and gain access to information. Next slide. For our visually impaired and low literate families, we're using audio and incorporating text to speech into our platform. So families can simply listen to the messages if they're low literate in English or their native language. And there's a lot of languages where there are no written scripts. So we send audio files of recordings of those messages to those families via the app. Next slide. Our low literate families are also, and hearing impaired families are receiving information with visuals. So incorporating visuals into your messaging is a really powerful way to convey that meaning. Emojis are an excellent tool. I'm not talking smiley faces and the barf face or the COVID mask face. I'm talking about the emojis with transportation, food assistance, medical care. Utilize those in all of your messaging to increase meaning in your messages for those vulnerable families. Next slide. And in order to also support those low literate families who may also be hearing or visually impaired, utilization of video is incredibly powerful. And with closed caption translation, you can really extend the access of those video messages to increase meaning and convey that information for all. Next slide. Now we have our low tech families that we can't forget. And so we learned some tough lessons with reaching these families. These new apps are not necessarily designed for the devices that our families are using. We had to design an app that supported operating systems that were generations, and I'm talking years and years old. These apps had to be designed to support the cheapest devices that have the lowest amount of memory on them. And we found that barrier to be somewhere between 2 to 3 photos, because once you ask somebody to delete more than 3 photos to download an app, they're not going to do it. Next slide. So we also understand we really have to meet them where they are, right? Your low tech families may require those phone calls on a landline. They may require text. They might desire it to be an email and only an email. So we built a unified communication system to support them to make sure that they're informed how they prefer. Next. And we can't forget about the staff, right? The families might be low tech, but the staff are also possibly low tech. That laptop is not how many staff members look at the internet. The internet is on their phone, and we need to think mobile first when engaging low-tech staff members. Best case scenario, we can also use automation and not even have anybody push any creative content or deliver that content on a device. We can just pull that information and deliver it with automation as well. Next slide. And among our low income and unhoused families, we have to manage through things like changing phone numbers. They're changing phone numbers to avoid bill collectors, or they went offline for a while with their prepaid wireless service. We have high mobility families that are connecting at times just simply via free Wi-Fi. And then we have other devices, other applications that might be insecure, but is how a lot of families prefer to receive their information, like Facebook Messenger and WhatsApp. Next slide. So the ReachWell platform is designed to support those, but also help retain those families even after those messages stop coming or in between periods in which there is no communication. And we do that by providing wellness resources, both in the form of human services as well as health and medical care. So this is a resource for families to go to, and it will increase the retention and keep them connected. Next. And lastly, we want to make sure our partners are supporting our partners. So helping build that community, making sure one partner is referring families to other partners who can help support them and their needs. And that's where the ReachWell network can help them get and stay connected with all of the education, support, and safety information that they need to be empowered and successful. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Zubin. What a wonderful perspective on building a system that has so much to offer. Next, we have up Han-Lee Tang and Nara Murphy with their presentation, Breaking Down Barriers Towards Independence. Han-Lee Tang graduated from Michigan State University, moving to Colorado in 1999. He has worked with 211 for 12 years and is currently the assistive technology lead, helping the team with that technology and accessibility issues. He's very enthusiastic to learn more about accessibility options and serve people with disabilities with greater knowledge and understanding of their needs. Nara Murphy has been in Denver for the past 3 years. Prior to moving to Colorado, Nara is from Fargo, North Dakota, where she held a number of customer service-oriented jobs and participated in community organizations. She held a position on the board of directors for an independent living resource center for disabilities and facilitated a support group for blind and visually impaired community members with a monthly meeting that discussed current events, demonstrations of assistive products, and speakers from the community. She's a member of the American Council of the Blind, the National Federation of the Blind, and Guide Dog Users Incorporated. Before joining 211, Nara worked as a communications assistant for Minnesota Relay and communication services for the deaf, where she facilitated many of those relay services, including the teletypewriter, voice carryover, and speech-to-speech. She's worked with Medicare as a billing specialist and as a corporate travel agent.
So please welcome Hanli Tang and Nara Murphy and their presentation.
Yes. Words right to your left. Okay. And then microphones right in front. Right up there. It absolutely is. Oh, okay.
We have two microphones.
Would you like to hold the microphone or do you want me to?
Whichever. I can hold it. It's fine.
Good afternoon. My name is Nara Murphy, and I am a community resource specialist with 211 Colorado.
Hi, my name is Hanli Tang, and I am the Assistive Technology Lead at 211 Colorado. This is our presentation towards breaking down barrier towards independence through 211. Next slide, please. 211 Colorado is a free, confidential, multilingual service connecting people to vital resources across the state. Next slide. When a community needs help, 211 steps up and provides multiple solutions to the problem at hand. Next slide. Whether it's a pandemic, wildfire, flood, or fire, building fire, or active shooter, 211 can mobilize to provide support, human resources, human connection, or disaster assistance center. Next slide, please. Here is a list of several examples of disaster-related resources when we provide through 211. Next slide. During a disaster, essential may be left behind. 211 can bridge these gaps. Here's a list of examples that we can commute through community map. Next slide. Through 211, we have over 4,000 resources and over 2,600 partners throughout the state that we can connect community members in need, no matter what they're going through. Next slide, please. A database that is updated daily. 211 Colorado can connect you to critical resources simply by dialing a 3-digit number. Now my partner, Nara, will dive into some of the direct services that we offer through 211.
Thank you.
Of course.
We have a team of dedicated agents that can assist clients with submitting an application for food benefits. While a client is waiting for their application decision, our team can find food pantry resources nearest them. We can also provide same-day transportation to and from a food pantry if needed. Next slide. We also have a list of transportation options. On this slide, you'll see that there are a list of some of those resources. And the next slide will show some of our appropriate reasons for our Ride United Lyft program. Much like the SNAP team, we have a team that is dedicated to help families find quality childcare. They can also answer questions about the Colorado Shines childcare program. And they can also help professionals get licensed to be a childcare provider. If you're wanting to contact us, you may simply dial 211 or toll free 866-760-6489. We can also be reached by text 898-211. We also provide live chat, or you can also walk into one of our centers, and we are there Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. In addition to this, we can also provide live translation to over 200 languages. We are also available at our outreach events, which are listed on our website. And if you need to reach us outside of business hours, all of our resources are available 24 hours a day at our website, www.211colorado.org. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're gonna wait for Casey. She's not. Okay.
All right, thank you, Han and Nah. Next, we'd like to please welcome Heather Lafferty on the formation of access and functional needs program in a rural and frontier state. Heather is a diversity, equity, inclusion, and access and functional needs coordinator for the Nevada Division of Emergency Management. Heather is a member also advocates and supports the incorporations and considerations of individuals with disabilities and others without access and functional needs before, during, and after the disaster. Heather is currently building a coalition for the formation of the Nevada Access and Functional Needs Working Group, a consortium of disability service providers, government, non-government agencies, and advocacy organizations that provide services to individuals with disabilities and others with access and functional needs. Before joining the Nevada Division of Emergency Management, Heather educated over 600 armed and unarmed physical security officers in active assailant response and interdiction, stop the bleed, and controlled force defensive tactics. So please welcome Heather Lafferty.
In the rules, we can take care of ourselves. That's a message I've heard for the last 10 months as I get out and, as we say in the rules, taste the dirt. Introducing myself and our new program in Nevada for access and functional needs to our rural counties and our rural partners. And also spreading the gospel of and including the CMIS framework and incorporating it into Nevada's planning and preparedness efforts. June Kales is in the house, so, you know, we can't, yes, absolutely. But we're gonna have some big questions over the next couple of minutes, questions that I don't have the complete answer for, but we're better together. So some of the questions we've been really focusing on in Nevada is, as we get out and we meet our emergency managers and we start talking about CMIS and access and functional needs, how at the state level do we support emergency managers in a county where one of my emergency managers is a part-time emergency manager for a county of 1,000 people? And he has a staff of himself, and he's doing the work of 3 people. And the 20 people that he has to volunteer and rely on are the same people, the same 20 that are the volunteer firefighter, and the same 20 who are also the CERT team, and the same 20 who are also trying to build VOAD. So one of the big things we did first was we asked that emergency manager, how can we help you? What's an emergency to you? What's emergent to you? And his response was, we really need to help our community maintain their independence in a disaster. And we want to focus on first sheltering in place. Because we're a big county, we don't have people who are going to be able to come immediately. So that's how the state is supporting that emergency manager. At a different county, we have one of the 3rd largest land-wise counties in America. He has one emergency manager. He is a full-time emergency manager, but if he needs to get resources from one part of his county to the very end of his county, it's going to take him 8 hours. So some of the things that we've been working with him on and how to help his community maintain their independence is we're really focusing on those MOUs and how do we make sure that he has the supplies on hand that he needs, because response to his county is going to be measured in weeks and days, not hours, especially from the state and the federal level. So these are kind of some of the bigger questions we're trying to answer in Nevada. And something you might not know about Nevada, and you can go ahead and advance the slide, is Nevada is very unique because while all states have rural communities, the majority of counties in Nevada are actually frontier. So we are a frontier state and we have frontier resources. But before we could get out and really, as we say, put the oxygen mask on our local jurisdictions, we had to put it on ourselves first and identify what could we do and what resources do we have. And in Nevada, I'm going to talk a little bit about the state level, because at Nevada Division of Emergency Management, we have 40 full-time employees compared to our sister states who average about 170. Our operational budget usually starts out every year at about $400,000, and that's for all 40 employees. So when you're starting out with limited resources and you have a big mission, you have to have big ideas, but more importantly, you have to have big relationships. That's the only way rural and frontier communities and rural and frontier states are really going to be able to adapt and overcome some of the challenges we see incorporating CMIST and access and functional needs. So one of the first things we did, once we identified we do not have the same resources as our neighbors in California, for instance, is we decided we needed to make friends and best friends with some key agencies. So the first thing we did is we went and found our partners at the Nevada Governor's Council for Developmental Disabilities. Kimberly's here with me now. And our director and her director hired us at the same time, and they partnered us together. So Kimberly, the DD Council, works with me in my office at least once a week, and we use each other to amplify our messages and get that message out into the state and through our networks. And then Kimberly and I together went out and reached out to our Nevada Commission for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing, and we found the key executive director of the commission, and now she's in our little trifecta, and she's helping use her network to amplify our mission and our message, and really start to close that gap. Because in Nevada, COVID really decimated a lot of our disability resources. You're going to go to a lot of our counties where there are not ADA coordinators, where I can encourage my emergency manager to reach out to and really engage with. Our Nevada Center for the Deaf was shut down during COVID and has not been reopened. So we have to make sure, and I can't stress enough for my rural and frontier communities, you really have to build those relationships, maintain those relationships, and go above and beyond what you see some of your sister states that have more resources do. You need them in the office with you. You need them in the meetings with you. You need them in the EOC with you. And that's the only way you're really going to have the reach that you need with the limited resources that you have. And because we are a rural and frontier state, I wanted to real quickly act like my rural partners and just cause a ruckus and change what I originally wanted to say. And I just want, Nevada wants to thank Colorado and Sadie and her team, who we would not have been this far without, has been a great resource. She's been on the phone with me in the middle of our atmospheric river events, late nights supporting Nevada. So we really appreciate that. And we also want to thank the Partnership for Inclusive Disasters, who are also in the room with us. We meet with them every day on a call, and they kind of help guide me through some landmines that come up that I haven't encountered before. So they're an invaluable resource. And we also want to give a quick shout out. Nevada wants to thank Don Brantley out of Massachusetts, who runs the Inclusive Emergency Manager Community Mighty Network. If you haven't ever seen that or heard of that, find me. That's an amazing resource, so you can do some late night research. And I just want to real quick say again, a big thank you to June Kales, whose all of our work is based on the efforts of her in California and her in Vance. So we really, really appreciate that. And thank you for having Nevada.
Thank you so much, Heather. That message is a real one for us here in the western part of the United States, that even though we are very spread out, we cannot do this alone, and those partnerships are so key. Last, but certainly not least, we are ready to hear from Jocelyn Fankhauser. Jocelyn brought her 20 years of social work experience to the Boulder County Emergency Manager position in 2016. Prior to that, as the Flood Recovery Coordinator for Boulder County Housing and Human Services, she led the case management for the 2013 flood that we heard about earlier today. Jocelyn's focus is mass care, volunteer engagement, donations management, and disaster assistance centers in Boulder County, Colorado. She also helped develop a mass fatality plan with the Boulder Office of Disaster Management, specifically the Community Assistance Center plan that is a part of that. She brings her passion in recovery and planning by co-chairing the North Central Region Recovery Committee since 2018. She's a board member of the Women in Leadership program at the University of Colorado Springs, and is a member of the Boulder Incident Management Team. She has written and received federal grants for sheltering and speaks passionately about the Emergency Manager Human Service Department interface. She has been married for 32 years, is a mother of 3 strong, amazing girls and 1 grandson. She is committed to service before self, her family, her community. You can find her in the garden and on the slopes, and we hope that's part of how you take care of yourself, Jocelyn, because you do a lot. Please welcome Jocelyn Fankhauser.
Thank you. We have my first slide. Perfect. Thank you. And welcome to my backyard. I live just down the street in Lyons, a small community of 2,000 people that, yes, was affected by the 2013 flood. And that's where I learned about community connections. And that's what I'm here to talk to you about today, and why they're important. Next slide. It's important because we have disasters. These are all pictures of disasters that have happened in Boulder County. We've had our fair share. I think more than our fair share, actually. But despite that, we wish them away. They happen, and we need to deal with them. So talking about those community connections, next slide, please. We need those community connectors. They're essential to the work that we do as emergency managers. This is a picture of Lyons before and after. And if you look at the picture, well, I guess you can kind of see a bit better in the one where it's recovered. The brown house on the left, I guess, that's my house. That's how close the water came, but couldn't live there because there was no town utilities. So had to live in Boulder for 4 months myself, even though my house was not affected by the flood. But it's the people that you meet and those connections that you make that become essential. There's a term that we have talked about in Boulder since I became an emergency manager, and that's called a cultural broker. Next slide, please. So what is a cultural broker? A cultural broker is really a person in your community that knows others, that you know, that is also a trusted member of that community. And they can force multiply information out into their networks, but they can also give you information around unmet needs and what's happening. Next slide, please. There are people that you want to plan with, as we talk about when we're talking about the CMIST model. There are people that we develop trust with, that we have a common purpose. We have shared consciousness. We have a shared idea of what we want to do, which is recover from or respond to a disaster. And we have empowered execution. Lyons prepared in this picture, it
is a group of people who came together after the flood, because in the flood in Lyons, we had 7 islands that were all cut off from each other and we had no communication, no way of leaving that island because there was water surrounding you. So we had to figure out after the flood, how are we going to do better? How are we going to communicate with each other? And how can we communicate back to our officials? Next slide, please. So out of that was Lyons Prepared. So now we have a radio network. We have point people in our communities, in our neighborhoods, all the way down to the micro level of a neighborhood. And we have those point people, know those people in their neighborhood, know who those people that might need help, who are vulnerable, but also who might be able to offer help. Is there someone down the street that is a nurse that might be able to offer assistance if we were cut off again? But essentially, it's knowing your community and forming that network. That's what cultural brokers can do. Cultural brokers can be an HOA leader. They can be just a person in your community. I consider myself a cultural broker for Lyons because I've lived there for over 30 years. I'm a trusted member of the community. People know to ask me questions and to come to me. So I can push information out and people are going to trust me. Those are people you want to find. You want to bring them together and make them a community team. As an emergency manager, you want those cultural brokers to be a part of your community team. You have partners that you work with. You've heard people talk about our VOAD partners. Those are essential people in your community that are going to come and help. You as officials, as emergency managers, want to be bringing all of those people together as part of a team for your response. Next slide, please. I talked a little bit about who those cultural brokers can be, that they can be anybody, that you want to look for them, that you want to get to know them, you want to meet them. Next slide, please. You want to connect them in response, but you also want to connect with them in recovery. Moving on into recovery, those connections and those cultural brokers become essential to getting information to help you identify how to help your community recover. Next slide, please. It helps you as officials learn what's working and also what's not working. It's essential to know that you might need to change it up in the middle of your response. You might think your community needs something. That's not actually what they need. Next slide, please. So bring all of those people together, form those partnerships. Someone asked a question earlier about how do you get to know people? Next slide, please. Food. This is a picture of the food truck that the Salvation Army brought during the Cold Springs fire. If you stood outside that food truck, you would get to know who those cultural brokers are. All you have to do is just start talking to people. It was essential during the flood when no one could live in the town of Lyons. The Salvation Army had a food truck set up there, even though the entire town had no utilities, because we were allowed to go back and check on our houses and do mitigation, certain things. We'd clean out our refrigerators because the food all went bad. That Salvation Army truck created community in a community that was spread all over the state of Colorado. They set up picnic tables. We sat there. We got to visit with our neighbors that were now living in other places. We lost those connections, but that's a place that you can learn who those cultural brokers are because they were there. They were hanging out. They were getting to know other people and they can force multiply information. Next slide, please. You form partnerships. You form partnerships with a lot of people, and a lot of my slides I realized were partners all over the state with VOAD partners, fellow emergency managers. This is a Red Cross event with some really wonderful people. But I don't have a lot of pictures of the actual cultural brokers because I think a lot of times we're talking to people and forgetting to take pictures. Next slide, please. I think it's essential that we continue to try and find cultural brokers in all of our different communities, different languages, within places like CPWD. I consider certain people within the Center for People with Disabilities in Boulder to be cultural brokers because they are trusted members of that group that can send information out and bring information back to me. Next slide, please. A lot of times, those cultural brokers can give you essential information that you might not be getting from other sources. They also can help with translation if you need it, and they can help with in essential things like the shelter, which is where I often am looking to get help with. Next slide, please. Some of these pictures are from the Marshall Fire. I don't know if many of you know that we had a gigantic snowstorm the day after the Marshall Fire, which posed numerous problems. Next slide, please. Sometimes your cultural brokers or partners, you don't want to hand them your cell phone and tell them to go make a phone call because they take really funny selfies. And Bernie happens to be the chair of our local VOAD in Boulder. Next slide, please. And oftentimes many of those cultural brokers and many of those partners become your friends, as you can see. Next slide, please. Bring those federal partners, our EOC. This is a federal partner from FEMA. We often took meetings to go skiing. As we said, I'm passionate about skiing. It's like, hey, let's go skiing and have a meeting and talk about what we need to do. Talk about those essential partnerships. One thing that I do want to talk about, give an example of with cultural brokers, I did an EMAC in Alaska in the fall. And I went up there to help with the mass care mission. And the first couple of days that I was there, I'm helping with the native population thousands of miles away out on the coast of Alaska. And I'm in Anchorage in the EOC. My husband happens to work in Alaska, so he was there for the weekend. So I went with him to meet a friend of his. As it turns out, I met his parents. His parents, his dad, this friend's dad, was a pastor out in Bethel, which is one of those native communities. He ended up being the most essential person to that mission that I did in Alaska, because I was able to get more done through him as a pastor because he knew everyone out in that community. I called him and I said, I need dog food picked up, put on a plane and sent out to Bethel. He had it done for me. Where the state EOC, by the time I left after being there for 3 weeks, not one delivery had been made out there because of the procurement processes. So because of those essential relationships, a relationship I didn't even know I had until I randomly stopped to meet a family, ended up being essential in that mission in helping those people out in that community. So think about where you're finding those cultural brokers, how you can have those relationships, and how you can move them forward. Next slide. And bring them all together. I love this picture because this is a house as a cultural broker in Lyons. Because of those connections, we're able to identify a family that was in high need, completely lost their home down the river, brought an entire team of people together to rebuild their home for free. And this was the ceremony, not a Habitat for Humanity, a bring everybody together and rebuild an entire home that was donated to them. So thank you. Last slide is my thank you. And here's a picture of some of those essential partnerships that you can see that come together. So think about your culture brokers. Thanks.
Jocelyn, thank you so much. And let's give all of our Ignite presenters one final big round of applause.
Yes, thank you. All of these Ignite speakers, the Ignite speakers did such a great job. It's another thing that we tried out this year. It's scratchy, but you all did it. You made it look graceful. I just wanted to give a quick announcement before we go into we're going into closing remarks next, is all of you were put into a door prize winners. I don't know what I'm trying to say there. It's getting late now, but you're going to win a prize because you came today. Those of you online, unfortunately, weren't able to find a way to get a prize out there. However, I might pull a Melissa Marshall and you get a Lamborghini. What do you give away? Pink Lamborghinis? Anything, you know what? Big old thank yous and a Lamborghini and a sea mist elephant. Um, all those good prizes out there. So tomorrow when you're coming in at the registration table, we're going to have your name put up. And if you need assistance with seeing if your name is up there, just please ask one of the people at the registration table. But we do have some door prizes to give away tomorrow. With that, back to you, Amy.
Ooh. You know, I'm always amazed at how stuffed my brain gets, and this is only with a half-day conference. Again, this sort of notion that both for the sake of travel, for people who came in person, and for the sake of how long you sit in front of a computer screen for our virtual attendees and sit in a chair here in the room. I'm really grateful for the organization of this conference as a sort of half-day thing, but I really hope you all get a lovely chance to sort of digest this first day's content and also consider doing a little extra networking with us a little bit later. So once again, big thank you so much to our facilitators, our presenters, for sharing your time, your experience with us today. It was so incredibly valuable. It's really an honor and a privilege to learn together and take our knowledge back to our communities. It's the end of the day, but I encourage you before you walk away, make sure you fill out just at least one of those start, stop, continue, change, or add to your 3-2-1 list of things you want to take away even after this conference is over. Just as a heads up for tomorrow, we have another action-packed day. We're starting bright and early at 8 o'clock a.m. with sessions that you don't want to miss, so please be here. We're also giving out some awards for really outstanding work, advancing access and functional needs integration, advancing the CMIST resource memory tool, and whole community inclusion in communities across Colorado. We hope that you're starting to build up a little bit of hunger. There were some snacks across the way, but thank you again for joining us and participating. We look forward to seeing many of you at our social that will begin at 6 p.m. Please come by, take part in delicious food, conversation opportunities, and just a reminder, we've had some wonderful exhibitors and vendors, and if you haven't gotten a chance to talk with them today, please consider doing so tomorrow. They've got some amazing resources that really complement the conversations that are happening in the room. But for now, stand up, adjust your posture, do something different for a little while. We'll invite you back into these spaces tomorrow, and have a lovely evening.
We're gonna do the stairs a different lane better this time. I'm gonna walk down the stairs. Okay, so instead of not 3 of us are found.
He was sleeping too hard and he was.
You might want to do here right now. I don't blame him. No,
Hi, everyone. Sorry, quick correction, quick addition. For those of you who may have had this question,
The social will be in the space where we've been having food prior to this and just sort of around this area, and food will be started to be served at 5:30. So I delayed us by a half hour, but it'll be here sooner.